Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more of the Umineko playthrough, and as you can see on the screen here, it's the last episode of episode 5 today, because we're playing the Witch's Tea Party. And yeah, I kind of get the impression that today it's going to be a real turning point, I think, because you know, we saw at the end of you know, Nazi's unbelievably cruel interrogation yesterday, you know, Battler actually challenging it. I mean, it was only hinted, but at the same time, I think if this story actually wants to be saved, and, you know, we don't want to have everything in the future suffering at the ruination of Erika and Burn Castle, then we really need a finale that basically saves everything. I feel like Battler has hope, because firstly, Burn Castle has a little bit of influence within Battler because of the fact that, you know, his thinking ability was improved, so that's automatically an advantage. And then secondly, you know, he's became the head as well, I suppose. He has the most knowledge of the crime as well. He had so much more knowledge of the crime than the outside of the game board battler. I mean, this man outside of the game board literally missed the first 2 days. I mean, come on, how can you, why would you do that? But I mean, it is understandable for battler, but you know, that was just the worst mistake of his life. So yeah, I do wonder what's actually going to happen here. Let's get into it. Hope we're going to be able to finish this tonight. We should be able to. I mean, it is long, but it's not too long. Right, what are we reading? We are in the meta world. We are in... Oh, I'm surprised. Didn't actually expect to go into the point this quickly. In the cathedral devoid of people. Oh god, yeah, a figure could still be seen staring up at the heavens. Isn't it horrible to think that they haven't even made it so that his body is moved? It's just left to stay there. Yeah, it's just pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. Yeah. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked like what he'd done to Berto. Oh my god, no, I see that. Yeah, what he'd done to Berto with blue wedges in the 4th game. I see that though. Yeah, Battler had died quite some time ago. I know, that is weird. That is interesting. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. I think that is an incredibly harsh way of putting it, but at the same time, I mean, Battler was thinking when he was actually trying to answer Erika, and, you know, he was doing a little bit, he was trying his best, even though he hadn't obviously succeeded, but at the same time, he was still thinking. I think stop thinking so much that you actually become one who is correct. I think there's a difference between thinking and obviously thinking on the right lines. But at the same time, the less you think, the less of a possibility you'll actually have to then think on the right lines. So maybe... yeah, therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. Oh. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way. Yeah, fair, yeah, think of a way to resist. And he tried, he really did try. But yeah, that's what made him dead. Fair. Wow, isn't it weird to see this difference in terms of the cathedral? These are some sort of really weird floral decorations. Yeah, Dlanor's massive long sword, which had been left in place of a tomb. So, no, I see that. Yeah, fasten Battler to the spot, even after his death. It's so cruel. But this is the thing about the meta world. Nobody cares about the fact that you are dead. This is all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Yeah, that's really quite cool, though. I mean, though it is a horrible setting, it really is quite just picturesque in terms of what's actually happening. And, you know, it just... You can look at a building like this and you can tell that it is not of human origin. Quiet footsteps rang across this small cathedral. Yeah, that's surprising. Oh my god. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. No way. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, just like they've been the whole time in the Golden Land. Eyes have no light. God, that must be a horrible sight. Yeah, and we're still muddy with no, I see that, yeah. Oh my god, I know. It kind of surprises me that she was able to walk, even though she couldn't drink black tea. You know, you'd require arm movements, obviously. You'd need movements in your jaw to open your mouth, stuff like that. Yeah, this person was once unable to drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eye... Oh, she's... Yeah, I know, she was surprisingly walking. It is odd, it really is. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead. Oh, God, pierced through. Oh, if she can walk, she can probably talk. Then she slowly touched Battler. she tugged on his sleeve. What? That's really odd. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes more sense now. Yeah, I just thought, why would you do that? But at the same time, to confirm that somebody's dead. Yeah, however, Battler showed no reaction. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, when she realised that it wasn't sleep, but death. Oh, Jesus, the witch with a hopeless gaze. Fair enough. Yeah, let her head hang even lower. Then, she quietly whispered. She can talk now, that is so odd. You telling a lie? You liar. Berto softly touched Battler. Then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer... No, I know, that's the worst thing. Yeah, it's all true. Yeah, there was no longer any heartbeat. God, that must be horrible. Yeah, it wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witch had chased him from the game. But exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it is interesting to think that, you know, there is no means of Battler actually recovering. Yeah, so from now on... I know, that is the weird thing. Yeah, so from now on, Battler would never return. I still think there is hope, though. I still do. So from now on... The Golden Witch Beatrice. Oh, yeah, that's awful. Would have no reason to exist. Isn't it interesting that the fact that beforehand Battler was just a mere scum that she was attacking, but at the same time the thing is, when they were on their games and when they were having, you know, constant battles between each other, I think it was a really, really big opportunity for them to actually bond. They've bonded so well and they've cared for each other so much that, you know, Battler has gone out of his way this much to actually secure her position on the game board. Though it hasn't happened, at least he has made the effort. You know, it really, really does highlight, even though Battler is disgusted by the cruelty of Beatrice, what is potential, what does have potential within a potential relationship? Or not really relationship, that's putting it too cheesily. It's too normal. It's too normal. Yeah. More a bond, but still. God, that's really sad. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. What's this? Thank you. Liar! Goodbye. And... sorry. Isn't it interesting to think that Beatrice is calling Battler a liar, i.e. he has committed a sin 19 years ago and yet he doesn't say or acknowledge it whatsoever because of the fact that he doesn't know it, and Beatrice thinks that he's lying? I don't know. That is weird. Yeah, she's probably apologising because she was in no means of helping. God. That's horrible. So she has evaporated as well. Oh my god. Wait, so what's actually going to happen now? Oh my god. That is the question I'm going to be asking too many times today. Then the Golden Witch completed her task. Yeah, and scattered as a spray of gold. That's unbelievable. God. Witch's tea party, my arse. We've literally seen one witch die. And yet this is a tea party for witches? In the Golden Land. The Grey Rain. Oh yeah, it is going to be interesting to think what is going to happen to the Golden Land now that everything remains completely ruined, really. The Grey Rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beldor stared blankly at its surface. There was Waragiria continuing her knitting, of course. Yeah, isn't it horrible to think that these people are never going to be alive again? Well, obviously, Dlanor and Wadagiria will be, but Wadagiria won't be for long, but Battler won't. Yeah, there was Wadagiria continuing her knitting, along with me and Dlanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. Oh, no way! A recollection from Battler's memory, which Dlanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of the time Dlanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. It's the same with me. Oh my god, no, I see that, yeah. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Yeah, he so naively challenged her. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Yeah, but obviously he has to say this as somebody with dignity in battle. Yeah, come up with all you've got. I promise. With everything I've got. Dlanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without her. Oh my god, yeah, seriously, yeah, but maybe she is actually pretty approachable. She is, yeah. Though, of course. Oh yeah, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying. The way you fight. Oh yeah. Yeah, Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? There's classic rules of the mystery genre, right? That is actually really interesting. So this is kind of like a... I mean, it was a recollection, but at the same time... It is really interesting that maybe Dlanor has told Battler something significant and, you know, Battler's only being allowed to hear it in his final moments, something like that. Yes. What? Nah, you've got to be kidding me. She literally killed her father, though, because of the fact that she had to convict him into death. With his commandments? They are commandments conceived by my father. Yeah, hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's third, right? Fair. That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. No, I don't disagree. Yeah, sounds pretty ridiculous. Barncastle said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. What if... Yeah. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. That is interesting. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear. And where hidden doors are the theme. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. It is interesting to think that if you say, let's say you committed a crime where, I don't know, for example, I don't know, let's say, right, Higurashi spoilers, like, go to a minute later, because I will spoil the entirety of Higurashi here, but let's say, for example, you're doing an Umineko Logic Battle 1 Higurashi. What would happen if, I mean, obviously, it's just really interesting to think that even though, let's say, for example, Takano killing Tomitake, like, you know, she does it with the H173 drug, and she makes it so that he dies like that and gets level 5 syndrome, but, like, the thing is, if you were using that with interpretations from Umineko, you would have to deny the entire premise that she has actually used a drug. So you could in theory create a truth from that doesn't obviously have anything, or sorry, a hard to understand scientific device. You could create a truth that doesn't have any relevance, but at the same time, I mean, it's just really interesting to think, like, what if there is, in a mystery novel, like, something that is objective? Could you imagine a mystery novel that follows the 10 Commandments, and yet, I don't know, the writers made some sort of slip-up that made it so that the 10 Commandments were, I don't know, they were conflicted with, and they were accidentally not followed. Like, for example, there was a hidden door or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, if that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. Yeah. So because that premise doesn't exist, there is no need to search for hidden doors. Yeah. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. I like the use of the adjective ridiculous. Yeah. It is. Could you imagine if real life logic worked like this? God, detectives would have such easy lives. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies. Yeah, getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I suppose in that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Yeah. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is a mystery. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. But it is also mystery to claim that possibilities with... Is it also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? No. Then again, this is the thing about the mystery-related genre, though. Because of the fact that clues only presented must be, part of the solution, a lot of the clues that aren't presented, you can just automatically rule them out. You could, in theory, really use the commandments to your advantage. I bet you Erika's going to do that in episode 6. Why is it similar to a devil's proof? So devil's proof is where you can't prove any outcome, but at the same time this is where you can prove an outcome, but the thing is the outcome is totally twisted. Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Yeah. We'll claim that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it. Be anti-mystery. I suppose so, yeah. That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. Yeah, that is understandable actually. Yeah, my fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. Yeah. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. Yeah, but the only thing is you have to because you can't fight without them. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue. Do you dislike Nox? Yeah, it doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as the devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. Yeah, that's fair. You can't prove... Well, you definitively know the fact that hidden doors don't exist, so there is no point in actually proving whether they do exist. It is weird. I mean, obviously, it really sucks if you're trying to... If you're an actual detective and you use all of the means of creating mystery, you're definitely not going to be able to go far. But if you're in a mystery novel and you actually... And obviously, it follows Nox's Decalogue. That's the thing, how do you tell if it follows Nox's Decalogue or not? Like, I'm sure there are some that don't tell you whatsoever. She seems offended. Oh no, I see that. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your dad was the one who made them after all. Don't worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. I could see how that would be. Oh no, I see that. Yeah, the Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Batorakun? To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist. Like that. Yeah, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose. In that case, Batora, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries? Is that the one about the hidden doors? Yeah. What if Nox's third, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? Well, yeah. Exactly, yeah. There would always be something that you... It is actually really interesting. There would always be something that you wouldn't be able to know about without full knowledge of the layout of the house, really. I feel like Nox's commandments, what they do is they make it easier for people with less knowledge than the actual characters who have been involved in the mystery novels to actually come to a realistic conclusion, really. In other words, hidden doors would always work just as fine as the standard trick for closed rooms. Oh yeah, fair, yeah, this does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. Fair enough, yeah, it refers only to doors that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are not hidden. That is interesting, so if there are no hints for a door and a detective cannot find it, it's hidden. But at the same time, if there is hints and foreshadowing, even if it's a hidden door, if the detective can find it, it's not a hidden door. Yeah, Batorakun, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of undiscoverable element X. Yeah, exactly, because Nox's commandments completely make it so that that can't be the case. That's what this is about. That'd be horrible. Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, the closer room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, fair, yeah, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Yes, agreed. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist. Yeah, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. It is, yes, and Nox's third is necessary. Fair. Yeah, without that it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries. And if you didn't feel like trying to reason this out, what would that lead to? Fair, yeah. It means you wouldn't even want to read it. That's it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. Yeah, if you're told to run around the campus 10 times. The campus, oh my god, I wish I could relate, but I'm too young to go to university. Or college or whatever you go to with a campus. Do college campuses exist? I don't even know. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around... Oh yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, you'll probably get tired before you made it around 3 times. That is fair, yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. That is fair. Yeah.
推理小説で探偵が犯人が分かったと宣言するシーンがあるでしょ。
In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is.
あれはつまりそこまでの文章で手がかりはすべて記したから。
Oh yeah. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story.
読者諸君、どうぞ推理をしてくださいという合図なのですよ。
So dear readers, please try to reason it out. In other words, all of the hints for episode 5 have actually been giving indications to who the culprit actually is. So reader, please try and solve it, which I probably will soon. That'll be a cool thing to do sometime soon.
Hey. 単なるお約束のセリフかと思ってたが、そんな意味があったんだな。
Yeah, no, I suppose so, yeah. Yeah, so I always thought it was a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect.
意地悪に言うと、
To put it harshly,
探偵がそう宣言しない限り、
until the detective says that.
どんなにミステリーを愛する推理自慢の読者であっても、推理をする気力は生じないということです。
I mean, I don't agree with that. I think what you actually do with the whole mystery-related novels is you gradually build up a theory the more you go, and then while reading, you also simultaneously create a theory. Obviously, in the beginning, it's going to be hard to do that because you don't have nearly enough information, but the more you learn, the more you're actually going to be able to create. But then, obviously, you can't reach a final conclusion before the detective has actually confirmed that the mystery has been solved. You can, actually. I don't agree with what I just said, but still, you see what I mean. Hopefully. Hopefully I've explained it correctly.
過去のゲームにおけるあなたもそうではありませんでしたか？
That's interesting. Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games? Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Dlanor really began in the second game. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, at first I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed rooms. Riddles Dlanor threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room, and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. Yeah. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. No, I see. Yeah, so I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight. Like this, actually, yeah, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. Yeah, and if anything, it's really quite funny that the lack of clues that are definitively true makes reasoning so much harder within this story. After that, didn't Dlanor sneer at me? Yeah, asking me whether I repeat that over and over, forever, in an endless repetition of moves. At that time, Dlanor said this.
貴様ら無能どもがいつも嘆いてみせる思考停止の理由、情報不足。
Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always
そ
demand.
してそれに対し情報を与えると、今度はその情報の真偽を疑う根拠否定。
Fair, yeah, fair, that is so true. Yeah, the reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you were then giving information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Yeah, I agree.
便利よな。
Isn't that convenient?
無能を棚上げする、実に小気味よい言葉よ。
God, that is interesting. It's so harsh, but at the same time, I do see that. Yeah, isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. Then she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied. Yeah, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Bertol. Yeah, because obviously, it is really interesting to think that you can't solve something due to a lack of basis, but the second you actually get evidence that could potentially be really true, like we naturally do, we doubt the validity of the information. It is so interesting that, because it's so true. It's just some of these things that you always do, but you never really think about until they're put into words. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Bertol. Yeah. I suppose so, yeah. So that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried. And I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. Beatrice. She's a strange person.
謎こそが魔女の住まう狭間なのに、自らその謎を暴くことのできる赤き真実を
No, I do
あなたに
see
伝え
that.
始めたのですね。
Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the red truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved. I really do wonder why that actually is. Could that potentially be because of the fact that she wants... I don't know. It is weird that firstly she's given Battler the red truth, even though that gives a possibility of Battler rising up. Maybe it's just because of the fact that it's going to be a little bit boring if Beatrice is just having all of the time such a superior victory. Or maybe you could actually tie this into the fact that she gains nothing from the epitaph. So who does actually gain something from it? Yeah, that is a really interesting question. Because remember, Beatrice is just a substitute for all of the human related tricks that actually occur. So there is somebody who objectively gains something from the epitaph. By the way, I do find it really interesting that Kienzor made the epitaph 2 years ago, I think. You know, just the year before he was going to die. Maybe somebody actually asked him to make it. Ow. Fuck. Ow. That's got to be the most painful click I think I've ever had. Fucking hell. I love this so much. It's so absurdly honest. You could say the red truth is a hint Bertol gives me so that I can complete this in this, so I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy. Because I've been given hints. It's like she's saying, try and solve it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. For it can be solved. But the only thing is, this is the weirdest thing, because solving it kills Beatrice. But at the same time, maybe it's because of the fact that Beatrice actually wants to die and she wants the game board to end because this may be the way she can actually fall to sleep for eternity. I don't know. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable. Yeah, it is weird. Can't be called a true enigma. Fair, yeah. Isn't this almost as though Dlanor herself is admitting that she's really not a witch. Yeah, that she isn't really a witch.
おやおや
My mind.
確かにそうなりますね
It does, yeah, that does seem
本
logical.
当におかしな子です
She really is a truly strange child. Interesting that she's actually saying nothing. Yeah, and I do find it really quite significant that this is a memory, by the way. Yeah, it's just... Isn't it ironic to think that even though this is a memory, Battler's defiance of the Nox's commandments has completely caused this downfall. He really should have paid attention and thought of them as more significant. Yeah, that's horrible. Dlanor gave no answer. With grey eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her blank teeth. Yeah, that's horrible.
我が父は思考する力に杖を与えるために実戒を生み出したのです。
Is her father literally... Is her father called Ronald? Because I've heard Ronald Knox. I've heard that name go around. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking.
決して物事を傲慢に決めつけるためではありません。
Oh, that's horrible. Isn't it really, really interesting to think that, you know, Dlanor must fucking hate these people because of the fact that they have completely taken the Decalogue and they have used it to their own advantage and they have basically ruined everything that it was intended to be. It's like you take a concept and then you just take advantage of it as much as possible. I don't know, for example, I've got an example from Higurashi. Well, I mean, minor spoiler warning, but for Koto Hogushi, if you're planning to read that. But like, you know, there was somebody who, I'll be as vague as possible, there was somebody who basically made it so that an unknown disease was able to be cured by the medicine that could never be made by anyone else. You know, she distributed it to the entire town, but at the same time that just then caused war because of the fact that people could use that as an opportunity to gain more and, you know, support themselves in terms of poverty. It's really horrible, I mean. It's just people always acting out of desperation to do something and defy what's actually right to, you know, use something for their own advantage. And that must be so horrible for Dlanor, by the way. Genuinely. A clutch for the power of thinking.
そうです。
That's
ノッ
right.
クス第8条提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。
Yeah. By Noxus 8, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not
これ
presented.
は手がかりなしに当て推理で推理をしてはいけないという意味だけではありません。
This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues.
逆に言えば
If you turn it
出
around,
題者は解決のための手がかりを必ず提示しなければならないということです。
yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it is really interesting to think that now, with that logic, Beatrice has actually displayed all of the clues that are required to solve the murders from, you know, episode 1 to 5. Yeah, if you turn it around, that means that it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution. So, in other words,
実戒に従うなら
if you follow the Decalogue,
全ての謎には必ずヒントがあり
yeah, all riddles must have hints.
よって必ず解決は可能だと保証されていることになるわけか
And therefore, it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. Yeah. I see, so this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. Yeah, because it does aid and it encourages. It's like a Kickstarter for your power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you'll start wanting to have a go at the riddles. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Now, I remember when I was really, really shit at programming, I would do things so that I would do things that I found really quite hard because I thought they were solvable, and then I'd just try my hardest to actually create the program. It kind of was like a, not really a riddle, but sort of, because I was really shit at Python at the time, just, I don't really know how you would actually be able to explain it. Like, it was as if there was so much required thinking because of the fact that I didn't understand the code whatsoever that it was kind of like a riddle to find how they would actually work in unison. Like, yeah. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search them. Exactly though, yeah.
確かに
Yeah.
推理しようとする人間にとって勇気を与える力はあるかもしれないな
I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it.
ノックス実戒はミステリーの出題者に課す制限と思われがちですが
You seem to think the Nox Decalogue is a series of Restrictions imposed by the one who made the
読み手
mystery.
にとっても大切なものなのです。
It is, yeah. Yeah, but it is also vital for the readers.
実戒を杖とすることで、私たちは
By using the Decalogue as a
推
crutch.
理する勇気と必ず隠されているに違いない手がかりを求めて、
We are given the courage needed to
何
use
度も
reasoning.
物語を読み返す気力を授かるのです。
Yeah, definitely, yeah. As well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search for the clues we know must be hidden there. Ironic that Yukishi's basically telling us to reread Umineko.
硬くて開かない。ジャム瓶の蓋みたいだな。
It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Yeah, you smash it on the table. You, with loads of force, just bash it on the table. Bash the lid, break the seal,
母さん
open
が
it.
よく言ってたぜ。
Like Mum always used to
開か
say.
ないと思ってると、いくら頑張っても開かないって。
Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. Yeah, you've got to bash it.
スポーツにもそういうのあるよな。
The same thing happens in sports.
必ず自分は成し遂げられるという強いイメージがあるのとないのでは。
They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what.
記録に大きく差が出るというし。
That is interesting, has a large impact on the records. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. Yeah, it's just an aid to actually solve the theories, and it does indicate that, you know, the fact that Erika is actually here means that all clues have been presented now. It really surprises me that, but at the same time it is true. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery, by telling them to give it their all, since it's definitely solvable. Yep, okay, Ryukishi. Okay.
面白い回だ。
I love that this is just all of Ryukishi subtly telling the reader to start solving it. That's an interesting way to interpret
し
it.
かし、世の中の推理小説すべてが必ず実戒を守ってるわけでもないと聞いたぜ。
Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time,
そう
right?
いう作品にぶち当たった時、騙されたってことにはならな
Yeah,
い。
no, I do see that. When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked?
実戒もまた解釈の一つに過ぎず、すべてのミステリーに適
Yeah,
用
but that
で
is
きるものではありません。
Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. I think Higurashi is actually a really good example of that.
父の原理主義者の方々は実戒を破った作品を異端と呼んで
Though among fundamentalists of my father's
激
work,
しく糾弾される方もいらっしゃるようですが、
ah, that's interesting. Though among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize the works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy. That is interesting. Yeah, there's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel ever really a fair mystery? Oh, I see that. Yeah, in other words, one that followed Nox's Decalogue. That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. Oh my god, wow. That must really be open to interpretation then. In fact, in mystery discussions... That's hilarious. Arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than the discussion of the actual tricks. Jesus
そりゃ
Christ.
糾弾したくもなるだろうな。
I can understand why they want to criticize
実
it.
戒に従い、解けると信じて挑んで。
Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, they try to... Yeah, they try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at
実
all.
は解けるようにできてませんでしたってオチだったら、さぞや悔しくて仕方ないだろうぜ。
Yeah, I can too. Yeah, I can understand how that would get pretty annoying. Especially if you've done so much effort to actually make a theory that, in the end, just because of the fact that it doesn't follow Nox's Decalogue, it's been denied. You shouldn't assume every mystery novel follows that standpoint, though. I don't know. It's a really tricky situation. Yeah, but that is fair, yeah. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want a guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. Yeah, fair, yeah. Yeah, however, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it, again, Higurashi, really, really good example. You know, you have mystery, but then you have, you know, the supernatural, you have paranoia, you have, well, obviously paranoia could be a cause of a mystery, but still, it's obviously just taken to another level here. To be honest, it is really interesting that with Higurashi, the why is so much more complicated because of the fact that a lot of people, when they do murders, like, let's take Meakashi, spoilers, but, yeah, Meakashi murders, for example, like, you know, there is no reasoning as to why Shion has done the murders, apart from, but at the same time, because of the fact that she committed murders in an irrational and insane state, but then if you look at the reason of the insanity, then you can find the reason she had actually got the motive to murder. And it is really interesting to think that, you know, though there was a motive, it was heavily influenced by that first reason. So my point is, if you don't find the influence of the motive, then you can't fully accurately solve what has happened. Like, you could find one part of the puzzle, i.e. how she became insane, but then could you find out the reason why she killed, let's say, for example, Rika? Like, no. Well, you could do, but I don't know. I'm just trying to make a point. I don't know if you get what I mean. I hope you do. Probably explained that awfully, but yeah, I don't know. This is so funny though. I can't believe that. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Oh, wait. I suppose Higurashi's a mystery novel, obviously, but there is no detective aspect of it, even though there are, quite ironically, detectives in there. I mean, obviously the detectives are really, really competent police who have been doing their job for a long time, but there is no standard detective talk. I suppose the most police-related Higurashi chapter is Miyotsukushi Ura. I would recommend reading it, by the way. It's not the best, but it's still really quite good if you ask me. It is interesting, that looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. Yes. No, I see that, yeah. I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon. But yeah, that is fair, yeah. Then again, you just fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Yeah. You can, yeah. Or can you actually? That is a good question. Can I say that as proof that this game Word of Beatos follows the Nox Decalogue? She doesn't look very happy at all. Well, no shit, but... yeah, when I asked that, there was a strange silence. Why did Gidia Dlanor? And of course, Beato. All remained silent for a while, that's interesting. Almost as though my question had been touched at the core of something. Had touched at the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? Oh, that's the one. No! Is it going to be because of the fact that Beatrice at the moment is dead? The question is never going to be answered. Also, remember, think about Battler. You know, he's literally dead when Beatrice has some sort of power to move. Which I find really surprising, by the way, but still, you get what I mean. Yeah, this is a game that the child made. Well, actually, it does kind of make sense because of the fact that Lambda and Burn, they've completely broken the game board now and they've stopped any sort of means of continuing it, and instead they're just trying to completely deconstruct the game board. So the game board that Beatrice is tied to, that's preventing her from dying, has been cancelled, so as a result of that, you know, she no longer has a tie from Lambda, so she can actually live, I suppose. I don't know. This is the game that the child made, a game to decide which of the two of you will win. The child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy.
しかし残念ながら本格推理とは一言も言っていません。
Yeah, that is tricky. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox
す
mystery.
なわち実界にのっとっているという
Oh, yeah, that
保
is
証はない
poison.
ということです。
Yeah, that means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue.
しかし同時にミス・ベアトリーチェはあなたとの勝負のゲームだともおっしゃっています。
But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you
そ
and
れは
her.
すなわちあなたにも勝利する余地があるということ。
Yeah. In other words, there is a chance that you could win.
すなわち
In other words,
推理は可能だって。
you're trying to say that reasoning is possible. Yeah, it should be, yeah. No response.
この子に言わせればおそらく推理は可能となるのでしょう。
If you ask the child, she will probably say that reasoning is possible. Yeah.
しかしこの子とバトラ君が送り手と受け手の関係であるように二人は異なる存在です。ベアトにとって推理可能なつもりで出題したものがあなたにとっても推理可能なものなのかは別の問題です。
If you ask this child, she will probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Bertol may have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. But at the same time, this is the thing, unless it is completely impossibly difficult to solve, you can make it so that you're strengthened, and you, even though you may not be able to be solving it now, you can solve it in a bit if you try your hardest with the mystery. I don't think it's necessarily unsolvable, but at the same time, it would just take a lot more time for Basila to solve in general. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might almost be impossible to solve. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, impossible. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person to try to solve it. By the way, this is so not true. I mean, to be fair, if you actually needed to answer this, it kind of depends on who was giving it to you. Is it a Japanese person giving it to you or an English person giving it to you? Because if it's a Japanese person, you can't answer easily. I mean, you know, if you know... I mean, I know quite a lot of Japanese, but at the same time, I couldn't answer that easily because it would be hard. But, yeah. Like, I mean, I do know a lot of Japanese, but I do not know enough to be able to solve a riddle. To be fair, it depends on the level of vocabulary in the riddle. That's funny. But yeah, I see that, yeah. Think of any maths problem. By the way, do you know the following foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is... because they have no life. To battle the night. I've never heard of it. It's a riddle from the English realm, so... And I am English! It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. What, is it because of the fact that the knight is never going to come to save the princess or something ridiculous like that? For that reason... Yeah, it is interesting that, yeah. I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth. Natsuhi is not the culprit. Oh. Beato wanted you to solve it. So she made this game. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the riddles of this tale are solvable. That is actually really interesting, so that definitely implies the fact that it does fully follow the Noxus Decalogue. got to look up the solution to the... You've got to be kidding me, I'm guessing. So that it can hunt knights? Yeah, why though? I want an explanation. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's just giving the answer. God. Is anybody going to give, like, an explanation for the answer? No, I genuinely can't find it. Oh wait, this may be. I think what I said may be likely, but I don't know. Who knows? It's a crap riddle. In my opinion, at least. I don't know. Yeah, that is really, really interesting. Yeah, it was the one guarantee for all those who try to use the reasoning desire. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, an indication that it is actually possible just by intuition. I do not know if my father's decalogue will apply to that answer if... Oh, yeah, or lead you to it. That is key, though, yeah. Oh, that's good, yeah. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning... Yeah, that's good. Yeah, please try using my decalogue if you remember. I see that. It might give you some renewed courage and might possibly even lead to some new discovery. I see that, yeah, thank you. That's good, yeah. Yeah, and I think it's really, really good that Battler isn't being, you know, like he said, an absurd detective who's only thinking under the basis of, you know, the Noxus Decalogue. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. I know, I see that, yeah. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this? Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. Fair enough. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come to face to face with me again. Oh, no way, no. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually. Yeah, and we've definitely seen that. Yeah, Noxus Decalogue. And Wadagidia's Red Truth. It is really, really interesting that Beatrice made this game board to be solvable. Beatot wanted me to solve it. This is really interesting that, you know, I don't really think... I think Battler's more paying attention to the fact that the game board was actually, you know, made to be solvable for Beatrice. Maybe he's been paying more attention into actually trying to solve the solution to the murders in Umineko, rather than thinking about the fact that, at the moment, and, you know, obviously trying to apply the solution to the crime that has actually happened with Natsuhi. But, yeah, rather than actually making it so that he learns a fighting style that, even though it may not go to the truth, it may also make it so that Erika is not only fought, but Dlanor is also fought as well. In other words, Beato wants me to become capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Of course, that's from Beato's point of view. And it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. True, but at the same time, you can make it possible for yourself. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one light might give me a great deal of courage. Yes, definitely, yeah. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about this all being... Yeah, understandable, yeah. It is really interesting. Loads of media has, such a ridiculous amount of interpretations that in this, with mystery, it is an objective answer about what has actually happened. But at the same time in, let's say, I know probably a bit of a vivid example, but Serial Experiments Lane, let's say that. If you actually want to interpret all of the events that happens in that anime, then what you have got to do is you really have to make it so that you use your imagination a bit and you actually think about what these events could metaphorically be presenting. I mean, it is kind of a mystery in the plot's ambiguities, but at the same time it's not so much of a mystery that, it has one objective answer, because it has loads. So it is interesting that, but to be fair, it really isn't like a traditional mystery. It's just because of the fact that the plot has ambiguities, rather than the fact that it is fully based on a mystery. There are still mysterious things about it, but it's not fully intending to be a mystery. It's intending more to be a psychological story. Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. Yeah. Ah, no, I see that. Yeah, it's almost like love between shy young people. Fair. Love? Yes. Kinzo. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back. That is interesting. I mean, to be fair, if you're completely desperate, then I don't think that applies. But at the same time, I mean, it goes with a lot of logic, sure. Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. Yeah, that's a dream. That is fair. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until... yeah, fair, yeah. They're sure that this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-side... Yeah, seriously, yeah. And the scars of the heart left behind last... Yeah. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. True, yeah. Because they are afraid of that pain. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, they want proof that the other person loves them first, more than anything else. I see.
推理小説における作家と読者の関係を面白く表現しています。
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I do kind of see that. Yeah, that's an interesting way to explain the relationship between the writer and reader in a detective novel. Yeah, because I suppose if you actually link it, it's as if, the reader wants to fully be able to understand the writer's intents before actually being able to have the, intellectual power to solve it. Reasoning power. Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Isn't it funny that you could liken anything to everything? Both the writer and the reader. Yeah, fair, yeah. Yeah, both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Yeah. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it. Yeah, they don't want to write their story. Yeah, the same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Yeah, definitely, yeah, because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realise it was all useless. Fair, yeah. But that argument... I see that though, that's the funny thing. Yeah, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school aged kids. I do see that though, it is really interesting. You're so scared about rejection and the scars it will leave that, you have to have confirmation from the other person that they actually love you. It is really quite cool, that analogy though, I like it. tired. Oh my god. This is the worst day to be tired. This is too relaxing. The thing is about Umineko, it's usually really quite stimulating because of the fact that action is epic, so it doesn't really matter if I'm tired or not. But my god, I just find it so hard to get through scenes like this sometimes. But at the same time, this is the thing, I'm not really stimulated because of the fact that it's really, really relaxing. I'm more stimulated because of how interesting the content is. Like, it's brilliant stuff what's actually being told here. I really enjoy it. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, so even though you really do want to solve the answer of the mystery, you don't actually have the courage to do it. I see that, yeah. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings. Oh, I like that, yeah. Yeah, so they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time the summer ends, nothing's happened. I do see that, yeah. I see that though, yeah. Fair, yeah. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. Is Butler speaking from experience? Oh. That is annoying. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Along with these one-sided feelings that they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youthful end. The writer, who wouldn't write until he gained the support of the readers, goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. Yeah, I see that, yeah. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing of the joy of the mystery. Batoraku.
その卵が先か鶏が先かという奥手な恋愛は
Butler, when does the chicken or the egg? Oh yeah, I see that type of shy
どの
love.
段階にまで進んだら相思相愛の関係になるのですか
It's when both people actually confess to each other, and both people make a mutual understanding, kind of like writer understands the reader, other way around as well. Yeah, this is really interesting because it shows that things that are one-sided can never ever work, really.
Well,
that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends. They communicate with each other more and more. It is interesting how much this actually applies. You could totally link every single one of his points to why this really, really works as a mystery analysis. It's analogy even. It's really weird. And when the two both reach the level where they're sure. Yeah, that I like this person and they surely like me. Yeah, I love the Butler is talking about it, either so awkwardly or so much like some sort of presenter, like genuinely. Well, then they're probably just naturally both become a pair of lovers.
割と別れることも多いが。
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my impression up until now was that relationships starting with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more
実は
often.
互いに告白したことがなく、気づいたらずっと一緒にいたって連中の方が
Yeah.
案外付き合いは長いってのが俺の今日までの印象だ。
Yeah, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realise that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words,
互いが相手を信じる信頼関係が生まれたら
yeah, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
ということですね。
Is what you're saying. Maybe.
意外だぜ。
It's a bit odd.
ミステリーってのは作家と読者のバトルだと思ってたんだが、実はそうじゃないのか。
I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right.
ええ、
Yes.
互いが信頼し合った上でしか成立しない。
It's something that cannot go on without a relation built on mutual trust. Yeah, I suppose so,
愛ある
yeah.
関係なのですよ。
A relationship with love.
じゃあこいつと俺の関係も
Oh, that is interesting. So you're saying our
殺
relationship
し合いじゃなくて愛ある関係だっていうのかよ。
isn't one of killing each other, but one with love. Oh, somebody's
意
found
地
out.
悪をし合う小学生同士の関係程度にしか見えませんがね。
So it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Oh my god. No, I see that. Yeah, why did you joke to us in a middle-aged woman sort of way? Still, though, I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship. Yeah, definitely. I can accept her as a rival. Bertha is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. Definitely, yes. Well, I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist. I do find it really interesting that you could actually liken Beatrice's attempt at making this so that it's a conventional mystery that Battler can actually solve. If you use Battler's analogy, then you could, in theory, liken it to love. That is actually quite cool. Yeah, and it is really, really interesting because this, if you then take the love analogy further, you could think that one person needs to understand another in order to actually make it so that, you know, love can be possible. Maybe you could think Battler needs to understand Beatrice and Beatrice needs to understand Battler in order for the mystery to be fully solved, maybe? Why does Battler's sin 6 years ago cause people to die? That is really something we need to know in order to solve this mystery, I feel. I don't know, though. But it is interesting to think that if Battler, I don't know, I'm just saying filler. I hate it whenever you say filler and you don't even know how you're going to finish the sentence, but you say it anyway. And obviously we need to understand Beatrice's motive regarding the epitaph to make sure. Oh, what this is. Yeah, Bertha is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch, so I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist.
ミス・ベアトが正面から全力であなたにぶつかっていると
How can you be sure
どう
that
してあなたは言い切れるのですか
Miss Bertha is fighting at full force? Oh,
見てる
yeah,
の
I
分かるか
see that. Oh, yeah, that is really interesting. Yeah, can't you tell that by looking?
あなたに全力で正面からぶつかっていると彼女が赤き真実で宣言したわけではありま
Is
せん
this just a without love it cannot be seen moment? Maybe not without love, but without a clear understanding of the person you are actually fighting. It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force, but I see this, yeah.
なのにあなたはそれを疑わないわけですか
and yet you have no doubts still.
赤き真実以外は何も信じないとおっしゃったあなたがです。
Yeah, you were the one who said you wouldn't believe in anything except the red truth. He's actually been disproven.
バトラ君の言うところのコミュニケーションが増え、互いの関係が疑えなくなった段階。
Surely this is the stage that Batora-kun mentioned
という
earlier.
ものに違いないですね。
Ah, I see that. Yeah. Where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. I mean, obviously, communication regarding Battler and Beatrice can't really increase at the moment, but at the same time, it is really interesting that even though to mutually understand Beatrice and to basically make it so that Battler can solve the mystery and, you know, make it so that Beatrice can die, I mean, an understanding is required, even though an understanding of her is required. So even though it hasn't been said in red, you can still objectively understand it because of the fact that your intuition leads you to do so. Then again, this could be means of a really bad trap. I see that though, yeah. Oh my god, Dlanor's face! Jesus Christ! Why did Gideon and Dlanor giggle together? Isn't it weird to actually see, you know, pupils in her eyes? One guy, multiple women. Oh my god. Oh, that's hilarious! Multiple women. Yeah, you've got to not fall in the temptation about the other women. Yeah, and the topic is love. Oh, that is awkward. Oh my god, seriously. Wait a second. Isn't this the worst possible formation for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject. Oh no. No! Why did Gideon saw right through me and... Oh god. Yeah, that's horrible. Even amidst this, Dlanor kept looking downwards with those grey eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. They have, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, the stuff about magic being an embellishment of the truth, that is key as well, really is. Yeah, that's right. Why do Gideon and Dlanor have given me so many hints? Yeah, and yes, I barely thought about it at all. I think the hint about Natsuki not being the culprit in red, that is easily one of the most key ones. Yeah, it is interesting, that. But now it's also... It is, yeah, let me think. Well, you can't now. Oh. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Wadi Gideon gave me. And the crutch of the Decalogue that Dlanor lent me. You have got to be kidding me. There is no way he is seriously going to be able to arise from this situation. I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that. But it is really interesting to think that this is a metaphorical death. It isn't a true one. Battler has stopped thinking. So as a result of that, maybe the Battler who was in the blimmin' parlour and he has actually denied Natsuki as being the culprit. You know, he's saying like Zen Zen Damada when everyone had you know, fully confronted Natsuki as the culprit. I maybe am thinking that that is a reflection of this Battler with the red truth. Why did Gideon guarantee that at the very least, Beator left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory? That red truth guarantee will once again... Yeah, give me the power to start my heart beating. I see that, yeah. And it's the crutch of the Decalogue, which Dlanor lent me. Yeah, Dlanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve... No, take on riddles. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously you don't prioritise it, but at the same time it is an incredibly good weapon if you're stuck. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this is a tale of mystery or fantasy. Let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. Yeah, belief is step 1. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery. And let me take it on one last time. Isn't it interesting to think what's actually going to happen regarding Battler? When I came to... Huh? I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Bertol from across that table. Of course. Yeah, Bertol was nowhere to be found. That is really weird. It was just me isolated alone. I just genuinely can't believe that, you know, it is really interesting that within the game board, if you're dead, it's not as if you're dead. It's just as if you have stopped thinking. If you don't think, then there is no way of you possibly being able to arise from that state. It is just so weird. You can have like a Deus Ex, I think it's like a Makima or something. I forgot. How do you say Deus Ex? How do you pronounce it? Oh, Machina. I don't know. I forgot how you actually pronounce it, but yeah, that's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Yeah. Okay, then. Oh, no, don't tell me he's forgotten the Mornox's commandments again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm sure Dlanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Good. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. Let's hope there's not one he forgets. What was the first one again? Isn't that convenient? Oh my god, allow me to speak. Nox is first. I think that was an error. It should be read. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early parts of the story. So that means that the person who has done the person who was actually, I mean, obviously, I have never thought that the person, you know, calling Nutter he was actually a murderer. But, or even real, maybe. But yeah. You know, if you ever thought that, that's the invalidation. When I muttered about what the first one was. Yeah, when I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Dlanor's subordinate appeared. Yeah, it is interesting that, yeah, without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. I see that, yeah, that's it. The first. Yeah, the culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early parts of the story. Right, get your pen and your paper down. Please write them down, oh my god. In the other words, the culprit must have already appeared. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, as early as the first game. They were in every game. Yeah, true. That's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. Classic assumption. Classic assumption. Have I really been keeping to that assumption? No, he hasn't whatsoever, because firstly, he didn't want to suspect any of the 18, and he wanted to suspect the 19th person. But then, you know, obviously he was limited when it had been stated in red that there was no 19th person, and then he had to suspect one of the 18 people, but then everything just kind of... Everything went more into twisted logic rather than actually trying to find the culprit. Classic assumption. Have I really been keeping to that assumption? No! With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. No, no it doesn't. What? If anything, it kind of decreases. But, I mean, what you know decreases. It was 18, it was 18, boom, goes to 17. But now it's back to 18. You're not telling me in, I don't know... Blooming episode 6 is going to be 19, and then episode 7 there's going to be a 20, and then episode 8 there's going to be 21. To be fair, in episode 7 I can think of 2 characters who might actually appear in the game board. Oh my god, my wrist really hurts. Ow. Jesus Christ. With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. Yeah, that violates the closed circle rule. At that point, everything gets screwed up. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it is interesting that. At that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? Yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, it's kind of like, reminds me of, spoilers for, I can't say what it's, never mind. By making a point, I would cause spoilers to be present, so never mind. Yeah, if I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up. To the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Yeah, isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic? Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. Yeah, fair. Well, I can think of one who is going to appear next chapter, but, yeah, I don't know about anything else. I don't even know if they are a mastermind, I just think they are because of their status. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction... What do? Oh shit. And then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later. Because Nox's third, first, clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Yeah. Of course, there's also what Dlanor and Wadagiriga said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue. So of course I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. True, but at the same time, then again, if Beatrice didn't do the murders and there were murders that objectively happened, are you saying that there could potentially be different culprits for different games? However, this is one way of thinking. This time. Yeah, good one, yeah. Yeah, forget about the devil's proof, it's not good, it's just a way of refusing thinking. Yeah, this time I'll forget about the devil's proof completely and try to borrow my power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. Yeah, agreed. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games... Yeah, I agree, it's one of the 18. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's surprising to think, but true. Yeah, from the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Yeah, even the first of Nox's commandment, it's OP. It really is, and it changes so ridiculously much as well. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known from the witch from the very start. Exactly, yeah. If I followed in that in the truest sense. Fair. Yes, I agree. Yeah, because obviously a lot of Battler's torment was because of the fact that he didn't want to suspect his family whatsoever. Yeah, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's second. It's Cornelia now. Allow me to speak. Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Yeah. No witches. That automatically denies the existence of witches. I so hope Battler asks about the 6th commandment. It's either the 5th or the 6th. I don't know, the one that's not included in Umineko. Dlanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound and gave me an answer to my question. Yeah, that's right. A detective can't go around using magic.
そして
Yeah, definitely, yeah, so
これがフェアな戦いであるならば
if this is a fair battle.
探偵と同様に
Does that mean, that, like, the detective?
犯人もまた魔法を使ってはならないということだよな。
The culprit also isn't allowed to use magic.
謹んで申し上げる。
Allow me to speak.
解釈は自由と知りたまえ。
Know that you are free to interpret it as you please.
だよな。
Yeah, that's right.
ああ、
Sure.
俺の自由に解釈させてもらうぜ。
Yeah, I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Berto, then because the table is solvable, yeah, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. Things may be surprising, but at the same time, if you look at the things that are surprising and then you completely break them down, they will lead to something that aids a solution to another thing in theory. That is, if you know the solution. Yeah. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down. Yeah. Yes, agreed. Yeah, but I should instead question why it was shown and suspect the witnesses and observers. Yeah, exactly. Because if magic is shown, that means somebody wants an illusion of magic to actually happen and they want to frame Beatrice. Isn't it really, really interesting that this really makes us go back to a lot of the thoughts that were thought in the first episode? But because of the fact that in the first episode, I don't know about you guys, but I was so convinced that a witch had actually done it that I didn't really think... I thought it was just humans being naive. I didn't actually realise that there was a mystery to be solved. I just thought it was, the obvious answer of it being a witch. But, isn't it interesting to think that the obvious answer I believed is the trap the culprit wanted everyone to fall into? The fact that there was genuinely a witch there. That was Berto's greatest weapon in the second game. Yeah. Depictions of magic which couldn't exist in a mystery. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, you know, the Halloween party. I mean, it could exist, it's just absurdly brutal. But it is a depiction of magic though, I see that. And the magic circles as well, brilliant examples. Interesting that the magical circles stopped appearing after the first and second game, by the way. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And therefore that reasoning was impossible. And it is really interesting to think that the no longer magical circles being added is an indication of the fact that Beatrice now starts to think that Battler has some sort of hope of solving the tale. And that does make sense if you tie it to the beginning of episode 3, because of the fact that he had risen up from the torment of, you know, his defeat beforehand that caused him to always surrender. Yeah, so I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes! The servants! It would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who had claimed to have seen magic. Ooh, what's this? Also at the end of the first game. Yes! I'm happy they mentioned this. Yeah. Right, theory time. Message bottle in episode 3 that Angie sees is a recap of episode 1 and 2. I don't know though. Because that would give the indication that... I don't know... Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Yeah, but the only thing that's weird is they had written about this crime in a different game board. Somebody had written about this crime, this tale. Or is it the game board of episode 3? Who knows? Or just alternate interpretations of what could have happened in the game board in episode 3. Which could also be game board 1 and 2. Who knows? In other words, this entire tale was a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer. Namely, the person who wrote... Yes. Namely, the person who wrote that message in the bottle. Yeah, so Maria, that is interesting. So if it gives the personal opinions of Maria, then that could be indicative of the fact that Maria is totally clueless about the true nature of the crime. It would actually really make sense if Maria was the killer because of the fact that she is totally concealing witches. And also, the reaction to her mum. Do you really think that she would feel so little compassion if she was the killer? But, yeah, obviously we know alternate explanations for that, but yeah. If you didn't know those alternate explanations, then maybe you could think that. In other words, the observer isn't God. No! It's a human. Yeah. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. Yeah, by the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre. Yeah, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. Yeah, that is interesting. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question. Is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. Fair. However, I had to believe that Bertolt was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight. That means I've been given a chance of winning. Yes, by giving me that. Doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Exactly. This part is tough. Yeah, unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get this past this part. Isn't it interesting to think that it is seen through the eyes of God because of the fact that episode 1 considers both the magical and also the human related lenses? So it's as if, because of the fact that you're seeing Beatrice as well as the human beings, and this applies for any of the stories really, it's as if you're seeing it within lenses of more than one person. But at the same time though, I don't really think that's true. I think it was always narrated by a human. The observer was always... Well, I suppose if it was a human, then it would obviously be in the point of view of somebody, which, you know, the point of views change. But I think it's just the collective representation of what the human beings can actually see, especially about the whole magic related stuff. By the way, I find that really interesting about wavelengths now, because, you know, now we've just got to think, do you believe in Beatrice? Yes. Can you see her? Yes. If you don't believe her, you don't have a correct wavelength, thus you can't see her, basically. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's just really interesting to think that Basilar really has to believe in Beatrice's immense sacrifices for him to actually get past it. Yeah, unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me. Yeah, I can't get past this part. Just like what Egidia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe Bertolt is fighting me head on with everything she's got, yeah, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Isn't it interesting to think that, you know, Beatrice actually being dead has had, well, not really dead, but acting as if she was dead. I really do wonder if Lambda had actually made it so that Beatrice was a powerless person who was unable to die. Maybe because of the fact that Beatrice had begun to speak, it could be indicative of the fact that she was always deliberately doing this, and she had done this so that Basilar could really think by himself and could really get to know his opponent and trust the thoughts behind the opponent, so as a result, you know, he can have more of a chance of solving the mystery. Sure, I would know that. Yeah, unless we acknowledge that we love each other. Yeah, that is interesting. We won't be able to get any further. Well, Manigiri ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud. She gave me the red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, yeah, that is fair. Yeah, Berta wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of the game solvable. What the hell? Sato-san. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, I get that san is the thing. Sato-chan. If Matsuzaka Sato says that she likes you, run, and then run some more. You want to have eyes by the end of the year. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in Class I says he likes you. A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really, pitiful. It is interesting. Reason is love. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't stop. It is interesting that you don't actually have to love each other, and Battler doesn't really have to treat Beatrice as a love, more like a friend than a love. But at the same time, it's not as if like truly loving each other. If you don't have, this is how I'm interpreting it. If you don't have the understanding required for love, then the reasoning is not going to be able to begin, because of the fact that you can't reason something that you don't fully understand. I suppose you can try and you can get lucky, but you know, you can't have a full definitive chance at it. Yeah, in that case, how can we say that we love each other? I know, yeah, if you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent, like how you can solve it. Yeah, according to George Aniki, people like that are called tsundora. Oh my god. Oh my god, that Brutal Witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. George reads manga though? Genuinely surprised. If I meet her again, I want to try saying you're such a tsundora. If I meet her... I know, I mean, such a casual comment turns into something so vivid so quickly. What is a tsundora? Let's have a little break. Let's just do some context dump. Ah, makes sense. Wait, oh, that's a tsundora. It's tsundere. Dude, I'm literally searching for a tsundora, you fucking asshole. Like, Jesus Christ. Or are they the same thing? Right, okay, here we are. An actual definition, rather than shitty Bing search. No. Tsundere. Andorai. Oh. I see. Yeah, that is really interesting. So you conceal your feelings of being love-struck in a really, really dry way. And that is actually really interesting to think that, So a character who basically acts coldly distant towards their love interest to conceal their true feelings. And I suppose you could easily link that to Beatrice. I want to think if there are any tsundora characters that I know of. Yeah, that's hard. I don't know many characters. Right, I've really got to rack my brains here because I can't really think of much. I'm not even joking, I'm examining every single female character I know. I just genuinely can't think of one. Nah, I can't be arsed with this shit. I can't think of any. I love that insult though. You're such a tsundora. What degen insults. To be fair, you could say you're such a insert gen blimmin' alpha brain rot slang here. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. Don't care about the order. If they miss out number 6 or number 5, I forgot which one it was, then I'm going to be pissed off. The one that isn't featured in Umineko. Yeah, but give me something that seems useful. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be useful. The fact that the Chinaman can't be the murderer. That is actually what it is. The murderer can't be Chinese. Allow me to speak. Yeah, that's useful. Yeah. Yeah, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Allow me to speak. Nox is sick. That is interesting. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as the detective technique. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented. And it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. Yeah, it has to be full objectivity. If this tale was made to be solvable, yeah, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that this case can be solved, and it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidence. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, if I can believe that Berto is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. Yeah, fair. I do find it really interesting to think that regarding the narration and all of the, you can't actually view it as, a narration via God, via somebody that knows everything. You've got to really be doubtful of the narration that you are actually being told because of the fact that it is a mystery novel. So there may be some false bits of narration. In other words, Berto has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. Definitely, yeah. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erika or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be... Yeah. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. Yeah, why, who, how. Yeah, the one is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? One is the howdunit. How did they commit the crime? One is the whydunit. Why did they commit the crime? All of this means the clues related to those 3 riddles are already present in these tales. That is really interesting. Even the why done it, which kind of surprises me. I mean, obviously you can find... I feel like if you find the who done it, then you can actually find out... No, if you find out the how done it, then you can find out the who done it, and then that can obviously make the why done it seem really quite obvious. That's my assumption. All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. Yeah, no, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because you wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Berto scattered hints about. Yeah. Though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, yeah, fair, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. And that is really interesting because at first, Berto wasn't prepared for this at all. So maybe that could be the way he was actually really quite struggling. In that case, it's only natural that there'll be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Yeah, therefore, as Berto goes through each successive game, she watches me closely. Yeah, that's interesting, and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Berto realised that I completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, because we've always got this impression that Dlanor never had any desire to make Battler quit, even though the fact that she had actually surrendered, even though she makes it look like surrendering is such a big front, she needs the entertainment and she needs, you know, mutual understanding. It is really interesting to think about. I'm never going to think of Dlanor as a tsundora, but at the same time I'm going to think of Beatrice as somebody who... I feel like at first, the fighting of the game board was boredom relief, and then it slowly turned into... Well, I think after episode 3, Beatrice probably realised that she really could be changed by Battler, and that they had actually been beginning to gain a really meaningful relationship, like especially the time when, you know, Battler thought that he was actually starting to understand Beatrice in terms of a person, but then obviously it had all been crushed. But at the same time, it's just really weird, that furtherly strengthened their bond. Yeah, when Dlanor realised that I completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. Yeah, it is interesting that. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer... would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the third game onwards, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me. Isn't it interesting that, yeah, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Yeah, Warugiria was a really, really good person for this. Yeah, same for Donove. Yeah. Warugiria and Donove obviously appeared so that they could help me. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. All of the ridiculous magical battle that we saw. Yeah. And though we still had the usual crazy magic shows. Yeah, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trial as well as tips on how to fight back. Yeah, I finally understood how to fight because obviously everything that is appearing to be magic may not objectively be... No, you know, magic is just an embellishment of the truth. It is not the truth in its purest form. It's just a truth if you interpret it to be one. But obviously the interpreted truth is not the actual truth. And most likely at the end of the fourth game, Dlanor probably managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, then Dlanor acknowledged my ability to become full-fledged. Yeah, definitely, yeah, and entrusted me with her heart. I see that, yeah. Yeah, and entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? Oh, yeah, he's finally seeing it. In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game. Boycott. Yes! Just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need is to search for the truth in Dlanor's game. That is interesting. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Dlanor's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Yeah, I understand this because of the fact that firstly, it's made Battler realise so ridiculously much, but at the same time, also, you need to kind of thank sadists as bad as Burncastle and Lambda because of the fact that they have actually made it possible for... what was I going to say? Sorry, I'm so tired at the moment. Oh my god. Well, I suppose Battler could actually thank these people because of the fact that if Beatrice was never there to continue the game and he had just finished the game board, you know, what happens to people who have won, even if they have won, they're useless. They're just left there to gather dust. And, you know, obviously left without a victory nearly as special as it should be. I don't know what's going to happen when Battler wins, but my god, I'm sure it's going to be cool. Water bottle sound effects, let's go. Now we've got to get the fan sound effects because it's fucking hot in here. I hope you like my sound effects. Yeah, but no, I don't disagree with this whatsoever. Yeah, it doesn't really matter who is actually hijacking Beatrice's game, as long as, you know, there are more means of him actually searching for the truth in the game. It doesn't matter because of the fact that that is the pure objective now. It's not really to fight against Beatrice. You know, Beatrice has already been completely screwed over. It's to find the truth. It is interesting, that. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of this. Oh my god, I know. If anything, they were going to try and do exactly the opposite. Culprit, crime, motive. Yeah. Means, motive, opportunity. The answers to those 3 ultimate riddles. The hints must be scattered throughout the previously shown tale. Yeah, I don't disagree, yeah. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. No, but at the same time, though, it is true, though. Yeah, they're definitely there. Yeah, I don't disagree. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. Yeah. Please.
謹んで申し上げる。
Allow me to speak.
Nanda.
What is it?
物語を遡りたま
Oh,
え。
that's interesting. Yeah, go back through the tale.
今の汝には真実のか弱き光を見逃さぬ目が与えられていると知れ。
Know that you will give it. Know that you will be given them. Know that Know that you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Of truth's faint light. Right now.
物語を
Through this tale.
推理可能とは信頼関係の先にあるものと知り立てまつれ。
Know that for reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, and that is the relationship Battler needs to have with him and Beatrice.
知ってるぜ。
I know.
いや、今ようやく気づいたかもしれない。
Maybe I finally noticed just now. It's something that has been repeated over and over again throughout this tale, persistently so.
愛がなければ
yeah.
真実は
Yep.
見えない。
Yep. It was eventually going to be said. And it is really, really interesting just how ridiculously relevant this is. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, slowly, the tea room dissolved into the darkness. Then I was slowly sinking into a pitch black sea. I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Berto. Yeah. And kept on falling and falling. Isn't it interesting to think that I wonder... Yeah, it was a bizarre experience. Oh no, I see that. Yeah, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still crossing. That must be... Could you imagine that, though? Oh, that's odd. Is he actually going to be permitted to view the fragments of each 5 episodes? Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the several tales before became faint bubbles. No, were they small shining fragments? And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch black sky. That is absurd. I kept sinking on and on into that sea. Oh shit. I feel like every single thing just there was a hint. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, we're going to have to analyse this after Battler's conversation has been finished. The tales up until now. One after another. After another. Oh, Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the Eternal Lady who waited at the top. Beatrice! Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The Eternal Lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, substitute Dante for Battler, and the Scapsigil, and then what was that? I've not seen that closer in picture before, I don't think. Oh, that scene was so sweet. I knew. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, the illusion of Beatrice totally being crushed. Interesting. What? I've finally reached the truth. To the depths. No. To the peak of Mount. That quickly? What? Huh? Don't tell me that it had only been that which he had needed to understand to make complete sense of this. I'm sorry, I don't understand that whatsoever. What? How? Isn't it really interesting to think that yeah, isn't it really interesting to think that obviously all of the people who have actually been giving Battler hints have made it so that Battler can be guided to Mount Purgatory, which is the point at the top. It is. Well, I suppose Purgatory is the point at which you are neither in heaven nor hell, and you are being judged, and it is and you know, to see which place you're actually going to go to. So, I suppose you could loosely interpret it to say that Battler is actually being judged to see whether, you know, he is actually going to be able to go up to the top and be a person who actually is able to deny witches and obviously win the game, or he's maybe just going to fall and he's going to go completely down to the bottom. This metaphorically proves that this is one of the biggest turning points, I think. Yeah. Idiot. You really are an idiot. Hold up. Oh. God, I've missed stuff. This is a really quite cool song. Is this a singer of Higurashi Sotsu's opening? I don't like the really strong notes of this, and, you know, the really strong transitions, but at the same time I do think this is a really quite nicely sung song. Yeah, this is nice. Oh. That hurts. What? He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. What the fuck, though? He is actually alive. I mean, yeah, understandable that he has been awoken, but at the same time, how is he actually going to, you know, survive? His sense of pain came back to him. God, that must hurt. Yeah, on Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there, pierced by the long sword. That's brilliant. It's not brilliant that he's suffering, but at the same time, the fact that he's actually returned, it really is interesting that a suffering and a live expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Battler noticed. Oh my god, isn't that interesting? Yeah, this whole time. Yeah. Isn't it interesting to think that Battler has now fully understood Beatrice? And this is what's actually resulting in it. This whole time, Battler had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. Oh my god, and when he held her, he knew that it was not Berto, but her crumbling remains. My god. What? Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, so when Battler tried to hold that form as fragile as ash. God. Yeah, then just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. My god, at Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Bertol's dress and a pile of ash. Now, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk. Oh my god, of a single gold butterfly. Jesus Christ, should have been torn to bits. That is weird. And so Battler knew. Yeah, you have, because of the fact that Beatrice has been able to crumble. You have realised the means of actually denying witches. I've definitely realised the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it. I know, that's horrible. Yeah, while Bertos still remained in this world. Isn't it interesting to think that now Battler is going to be fighting without Beatrice? He's realised that it doesn't really need Beatrice to actually be there. Now, he needs to solve the truth, and he needs to, you know, fulfill the understanding that Beatrice had tried to make with him, really, and you know, be able to solve the mystery of the riddles. Berto. You really are. An idiot. Finally. Reach the truth of this crazy riddle you've created. Just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart. And I finally Made it there in the end.
なのになんでお前が
So
そ
why
れを待てずに
did you lose heart?
くじけちまったんだよ。
Without waiting? No, it's interesting that maybe that last part was just a complete denial of hope from her.
お前はあんなにも信じてたんだろう。
You believe so strongly, didn't
俺
you?
が絶対に真実に至ってくれるって。
I know, isn't it just really interesting to think that when Bastila looked as if he was dead, and that belief faded, so did Beatrice.
ならどうして
So why?
どうして
Why?
それを俺と一緒に信じて
Yeah, couldn't you believe with me?
待てなかったんだよ。
That is horrible.
永遠の拷問を強いていたのはお前じゃない。
You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else.
俺だ。
It's me. I see
俺
that.
がお前に過酷な拷問を強いた。
Oh, I'm the one who's been putting you through such cruel
そして
torture.
お前は最後まで抗い俺に訴え続け。
You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me.
そして俺は
And even though
ようやく岩になって
now
たどり着いたってのに
which that true?
お前はもう
Think that you
待ってなくて。
Yeah, that is horrible. To think that you couldn't wait any longer.
手遅れになっちまったって。
That it's too late.
バカ野
God. Properly going
郎。
for
そ
it.
してお前が先に
Why did you lose heart?
くじけちまうんだよ。
God, yeah, before me. Isn't it really interesting to think that Batello thinks that he has been putting Beatrice through cruel torture because of the fact that Beatrice has had to, you know, resist and put up with his incompetence? That's, yeah, and protest by actually making answers appear that may aid his incompetence. I can't believe that. Yeah, it's just such an interesting way of thinking. God, but this is horrible though. He's actually solved the mystery, which I'm really surprised about. It's just so interesting that, you know, before he actually had love and understanding for Beatrice, he could not actually see the truth regarding the incidents, but now he actually has. It's my fault. Yeah, I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. No, but the only thing is, this is just the cruelty of Umineko, you know, properly explained here. You know, Batello has actually solved it, and the torturers all gained a result, but at the same time, there was nobody to appreciate it. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. Yeah. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth.
バカ野郎。
Idiot.
バカ野郎。お前の謎はさ、
Your riddles
ひねりすぎなんだよ。
are too twisted.
どうしてもっと
Why couldn't
簡単に
you say it
言えんだよ。
more simply?
バカ野
God. Oh, poor man. Jesus, he really is going for it. God, that is... God. His scream of pain. Oh my god, I know. It's just one of the many screams of pain that have been faced there. Fill the sack cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Batello. I know, that's the fucking horrible thing, that because of the fact that they didn't actually have the mutual understanding, they haven't been able to thrive, really. That's the horrible thing, though. Beatrice has lost heart the second Batello has actually risen up. and he has realised, you know, the witch's truth. But at the same time, the thing is, Battler hasn't actually... No, sorry, the witch hasn't made it so that, you know, she's believed in Battler. If she believed in Battler more and thought there was some hope within it, it could be possible for them to actually be reunited when Battler has known the truth. It's that man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Oh, yeah, I see that, yeah. The Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for the... Yeah, because obviously it's regret for Beatrice as well. But at the same time, it's regret for Beatrice, but also regret for himself for not being good and worthy enough to be believed in. Oh, that's interesting. The clock hung on the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up. For everything. You're kidding me. Does it say something like that? Like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of?
Yeah.
No. I understand. Oh, there was, yeah. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening. Yeah, you prayed for it to happen. You're... Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, though. Yeah, you're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlucky. Yeah, wait, so one so unlikely that it was totally impossible. Less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. Yeah, that is really, really interesting. So Beatrice has bet on the miracle, but at the same time, this is the thing. It has actually happened. But the thing that's so cool about it is she's lost heart when it has actually happened because of Battler's performance in episode 5. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. However, your time... Yeah, didn't last long enough. If I read... Oh, I know, there is so much regret that needs to be arisen from this. Yeah, if I had reached that point a little sooner... Yeah. I could have seen the truth. Even if it had been right before time was up. Yeah, I might have been able... Yeah, that's the awful thing. Yeah, but now I've been run through pathetically. Yeah, that is absurdly cruel. I can't even hold what remains of you. So I attempted to pull the long sword out. Oh, God. Yeah, that is truly horrible. Oh my god. Yeah, that's terrible though. So you're basically completely restrained and you can't move whatsoever, and then, you know, your loved one, well, basically your loved one or your opponent, whatever you want to view it as, they die. And then Battler is unable to make it so that he can at least, you know, hold her. It's horrible. It really is. God, I feel so bad. God. At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It's a butterfly. Oh my god, yeah, it was a single wing from a gold butterfly. A small fragment of gold. Oh, that is horrible. Yeah, that small fragment of gold was the only piece of Berto. Yeah, that is so absurdly cruel that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologising. Oh my god, I know. Yeah, why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now... yeah, I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. That's really surprising. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have... Oh, that's interesting. Soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. Must have been the only way of telling her. Yeah! That I found the truth she'd wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly. Yeah, with my freshly bleeding hand. And pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, she don't get battered on nose. And he understands. He's found his tails, everything. Isn't that interesting? What's actually going to happen now that he's understood? At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. Oh no. Oh my god. I think this is a suitable time to take a break. Oh my god. Alright, let's get into the meat of this. The two witches had their backs turned. Yeah, and they're actually realising, oh, well, you're not going to be laughing at anything for much longer, I don't get the impression of. But at the same time, though, I mean, obviously I get the impression that this is all a metaphorical killing, but I just really wonder how Battler's actually going to arise from his situation of literally being entirely pierced, you know, right in the middle of your body, around the chest area, by a massive bloody sword. I mean, is it really that metaphorical that he can survive after this? The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse.
本当に無様ですね、バトラさん。
That really is pathetic,
あ
Battler-san.
なたの愚かさを石像にして永遠に。
I'll make your foolishness into a statue and for all eternity. Isn't it ironic that you're saying this now? Oh my god, this is going to be interesting. Yes, about that time, Battler's chest. No. The red longsword that... No! Is the sword going to go? Okay, that is weird. Began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. Oh my god. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's colour, turning it gold. That is properly weird.
何事？
For her to be surprised. I mean, doesn't it tell you what's really happening and, you know, the severity of what's happening when something like that is the case? What's going on? Her expression, Battler, is...
これは
What? Yeah, you can't really say what's happening because then that would mean denying humans.
何？
What is this? Oh yeah, it's not a disappointment anymore. I mean, initially it was a complete disappointment, but at the same time, now it's going to totally go back. Bet you anything. God, what's actually going to happen? Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. That's ridiculous. His will to live, his will to fight. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh my god, that's cool. Yeah, the red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. Yeah, definitely. That's absurd, though. This is like a real-life hue change. But now it had become a golden long sword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. Yeah, that is interesting. So even though Beatrice is not alive at all, her power still is very, very beneficial. Wow! It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air. Then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it would... Oh, it knew who its master... That is interesting, its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden long sword. And though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. That sure is an elaborate act.
これラムダの隠し玉？
No, that's the funny thing. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda?
そ
Even she's shocked.
その輝きって
That glow.
まさか
It couldn't be. Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of... Yeah, wasn't part of the script Lambda had thought up. Burn also frowned slightly.
悪いわね。最新は却下よ。
Yeah, that is a bit of a tricky point. How are you going to get past that? Sorry, retrials will not be permitted.
シエスタ姉妹。その復活現象を削除しなさい。
No way. Siesta Sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion.
了解であります。
Shit. Understood.
45、410、発砲許可。
45, 410. Firing permission granted. My god.
それが
What?
照準不能。
How? It's unable to target.
IFF エラーコード999。
IFF error code 999.
ヒュー。
39だとバカな。
999, you say impossible. The Siesta Sisters hesitated. unable to carry out Berncastle's orders.
ラムダ、これはどういう茶番よ。
Lambda, what kind of farce is
完
this?
全に魔女幻想は打ち破られて、
Yeah, that is
本当は
really,
私の
really
勝利
surprising.
で終わったはずよ。
That's ridiculous. So the amount of power Battler actually has at the moment is so strong that it can literally crush the situation, even though the illusion of the witch has been totally denied. That is absurd. I'm sorry, but that is absurd.
悪いわね、ベル。
Sorry, bud.
もう少し付き合ってもらう。
Ha! Yeah, you really think you're gonna win this? You have to stick around a bit longer.
そうでしょ、後ろ宮バトラ。
Isn't that right? Oh, this is gonna be interesting to see how he actually has changed.
あ
Yeah.
あ、待たせたな。エリカ、
Sorry to keep you waiting, Erika.
ベルンカステル。
Berncastle.
今度は俺の真実の番だぜ。
It is going to be really interesting to think whether Erika's actually going to be able to argue against this. Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erika Berncastle. Now it's time for my truth.
再審請求を受理するわ。
What? Oh my god, that is unfair! They have objectively won, but at the same time, isn't it interesting to think that, you know, with witch-related things, no fairness is permitted. It only matters whether the game master is entertained or bored. Request for a retrial accepted.
魔女集会の幻想法廷の閉廷は撤回される。
The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment to the Court of Illusions.
異議提出。
Objection. We're not saying that very confidently, are we?
すでに裁判は決審し、判決は公示されている。
But no, I do agree. I do think, in an objective standpoint, even though she probably deserves it, well, she definitely deserves it, it's unfair. Yeah, the trial has already been concluded and the results have already been announced.
異議却下。
Yeah, she can. It's the game master. Objection
いかな
overruled.
る判決も新たな真実の前にはかすむ。
But how do you know it's going to be a new truth, though? But to be fair, yeah. So basically, are we going to be able to find the theory of the Umineko culprits throughout this entire episode? Throughout every single episode beforehand, right now? All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths.
異議提出。
Objection.
バトラはプレイヤーを追放されただけでなく、魔女の地位を持たない。
Yeah, not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of a witch.
上告する資格を持たない。
He isn't qualified to call for an appeal.
異議却下。
Oh yeah, rule over that arsehole's objections. Yeah, objection overruled.
もうね、あるのよ、彼には。
He already does have that.
絶対の魔女。ラムダデルタの名において認
Oh,
めるわ。
that's maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. But the name of Lambda Delta, which of certainty, I acknowledge it.
後ろ宮バトラ。
Ushidomiya
あ
Battler.
なたを新たな黄金の魔女。
I acknowledge. Well, Erika didn't really have the position of a golden witch for long. I acknowledge you as the new golden witch.
無限の魔術師。後ろ宮バトラと認めるわ。
As the new endless sorcerer, Ushidom. That's unbelievable. God damn.
なんですって。
How? What did you say? But
バトラが
Battler got.
魔女の位を。
That is absurd. The rank of a witch. The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long. Oh my god, I know, yeah, had been granted to Battler so quickly. Yeah, but Battler has gone through infinitely more. Yeah, and on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. No, I know, it's absurd. Yeah, this is an official proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erika couldn't accept it. Ha, and her face turned red even.
最後の最後まで楽しませてくれるわ。
Oh no, I don't
このゲ
disagree.
ームは
Looks like that kid's game will really keep us entertaining until the
い
very
い
end.
わ。付き合ってあげる。
Sure, I'll play along. Yep.
エリカ、受けて立ちなさい。
Erika, you handle
あ
this.
なたが私と築き上げた赤き真実は完璧よ。
No, it isn't. Natsuhi is not the culprit in red. There we are. Totally disproves it. Battler has that red truth. That is going to be a weapon here. Can I just make you aware of that? Erika, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is
夏
perfect.
日が犯人であるとする真実の構築は完璧だわ。
The construction of the truth that makes Natsuhi the culprit is perfect.
絶対にバトラには崩せない。
Battler certainly won't be able to break it.
無論です、若主。
Of course, my master.
何の心配もありません。
There's no need to worry. Yeah, tell your face.
それよりシエスタ姉妹、我が主は射殺を命じていますよ。
No. Well, they can't do it whatsoever because of the fact that they've got a 999 error. Their power has literally an IFF error. Entirely been overruled. Isn't it just really quite funny that Lambda may not even want Battler to become an endless sorcerer, but at the same time, because of the fact that, you know, she literally just wants to make it so that this continues, she gives him a rank as massive as an endless sorcerer. I mean, it's absurd. Yeah, instantly being annoyed at the inferiors and taking your anger out and stress out there. How long is it going to take you to carry that order out? Yeah, error code 999. An access code is required to target territory. The territory... No! Do they not have the access code? I told you he'd do it. Territory Lord, who is? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory Lord? You don't mean... Battler is...
はい。
That is ridiculous. That is really interesting that the true truth that Battler has actually realised is overriding the false truth. But by Erika, it doesn't matter that she owns the fragment as proclaimed by Burn Castle, because of the fact that Battler has knowledge of the real truth. That's been what's happened. Yes. That is absurd. That is truly absurd. I like this theme. Who authorized him to be that, though? Yes, that's right. So you still don't understand? You don't know what that gold sparkle signifies? What? He's reached it. Battler has. Ah, yeah, he's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. Isn't it really interesting to think that Battler and Erika, they really got their magical powers given to them the same way? But because of their different angles on it, they have been able to definitely prevail. Right, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that means Battler's understood everything about this world. This tale, this... Exactly, yeah. That's interesting. That is really, really interesting. So to become a game master, you actually need to understand the position of the truth that... That's everything. That does make sense. So Lambda understands it as well, definitely. Yeah, in other words, he's reached the position of the game master. No, I bet you don't want to believe it, right, Burn? Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Who is the culprit? Bet. Erika. Oh, never mind. It's not going to be that simple. Too bad, Erika. I know! A cruelty deserved. Yeah, too bad, Erika. When you were just finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title.
このかけらの新しい領主は、後ろ宮バトラよ。
There was a proper reason for her to fight. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushinomiya Batora.
悔しい。ねえねえ、悔しい。
Isn't it awful? Hey, don't you just feel awful?
せっかく領主になれたのに、いきなり剥奪ってどんな気持ち？どんな気持ち？
Jesus. Isn't it really, really interesting to think that the second these people lose their significance, Lambda just treats them as a total plaything and just completely deprives their importance? God. This is unbelievable. It really is just quite something how much truth actually reigns its importance in this game. Jesus Christ, that wasn't what I was expecting. Oh my god, yeah, total declaration of war.
私の推理を否定できるものならしてみればいいでしょ。
If you can disprove my theory, just try it.
そんなことふかふかふかふかふかふかふかふかふかふか。
They totally killed it with the sound effects here. That's hilarious.
私の構築した推理に隙はありません。
I wanna just... I am literally going to allocate like 10 minutes of my time from skipping back just so that I can experience that line again. Hang on. Right, here we are. We've got this amazing line back up here. I don't think I've ever heard somebody that goes so absurdly outraged just because of the fact that their theory has been disproved. I love that. Oh my god. She is such an absurdly bad loser that it is just hilarious. No, but the only thing is this is the really, really good thing because Battler is totally proving Erika to, you know, the total depths of hell, really. It's totally proving that Erika's theory deserves to go there.
私の構築した推理に隙はありません。
What about the red truth that we know? Yes, it does. The theory I've created has no holes. What about Kinzo? It's impossible to deny that Natsuhi is the culprit. Oh no, when Battler's psyched up, nothing happens. Brilliant! I can construct a theory with someone other than Aunt Natsuhi as the culprit, in red. Yeah, it may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. Yeah, agreed. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my truth either. Yes. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed by him. Oh, I know, that's amazing. Yeah, Battler spoke with the red truth allowed him. With the red truth allowed for him by his status as a sorcerer. Yeah. Yeah. A culprit other than Natsuhi. How's that? Dlanor. Delusion? Come on! He is literally the... Oh shit, the T... something. The Trail Laws? Fuck, I forgot what it was. Territory Lord. Why did I think Trail Lord? Right, this is going to be really interesting. So we've got Dlanor here. Or have we? Yes, we do. Good. Yeah, slowly. Dlanor stepped forwards. Ooh. This is the really, really funny thing. Now, Battler has fully considered the effects of everything that is going to happen regarding the Decalogue. And he has more opportunity than ever to fight before. Ooh, nice theme. Don't think I've heard this one before. Sounds like a proper organ-filled finale. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again. No, for the first time. Yeah, it is interesting to think that last time was just so much of a joke that you couldn't really consider it a true confrontation. The two rivals once again, no, for the first time, they truly confronted each other. Yeah. Battler, I've been waiting. Sorry to keep you. You did not. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting that Dlanor actually, no matter how hopeless it was for Battler back then, anticipated Battler's return. You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Come on, you really think somebody, an Inquisitor of Heresy, is going to kill somebody who actually opposes a theory that's not true and... Kill him, Dlanor A. Nox. Dlanor's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. Oh my god! You have got to be kidding me. What? She's actually trying! I'm so surprised. I didn't think that was going to happen at all. What the fuck? The curve drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest. What? Oh, shit. Lady Erika's reasoning has solved the fifth game. Nutter, he was not the killer in red. Justify that. Boom. Yeah, 9 new facts that overturn the truth created by the risk reasoning. Ooh. Good one. Yeah. I love that he literally has the sword at his blimmin' chest at the moment. It's possible to show a different proof by using a different interpretation. Yeah, good one. Yeah, when multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Yeah. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are a single truth. Yeah. Oh, I love the sort of sword-like swipes. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning by questioning its credibility. Yeah, I'm conquering it, I can defeat it. Yeah. You can invalidate it. Oh no, I don't disagree, but if he's literally the territory lord at the moment, then I really do get the impression that he is going to have a very, very high chance. If he has the willpower to be able to do something like this, and he has the reason and the understanding, I think it's very likely. Burn's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overcome it easily. But still. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that is understandable. But the only thing is, that's the scary thing. The verdict. It could potentially entirely come down to a biased interpretation. But still, if you can present a theory on par with Burns, the fight will come down to a verdict. Yeah. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, that means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied. What a laughable script. Oh, that is interesting. I'd expect nothing less from a demon's script. Then let me ask. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Then let me ask, well, is this theory with someone other than Natsuhi as a culprit? Right, this is going to be interesting. So, Battler's long sword, golden long sword, drew both red and blue curves at will. God. Yeah, good one, yeah. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago, the one from Aunt Natsuhi's confession. Ironically, the one that Erika couldn't have possibly used in her theory. What's this? First. What? It was though. No. It is possible for it is forbidden for the culprit to be not mentioned in the early parts of the story. But they were never introduced though. A person first introduced in the 5th game can be named as the culprit. Yeah, exactly. What if the baby is you? What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? Seriously? Seriously? Yeah, what, for example, what if it was me? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What? Nox's 8? Oh, fair. It is forbidden for the... It was presented though. What about that scene with Rudolph? We are going to tell you about your birth tomorrow and your story. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Yes. Yes. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago? Oh my god. What I said I think might work, but this works even more. Good one. Yeah, the red truth from the 4th game that I'm not the son of my mother, Ushidomiya Asumu. Yeah, exactly, and in red. Yeah. Yeah. It is interesting. I really do wonder what Rudolph was actually intending within the hiding of his truth in the 1st game. I just find it really interesting that Rudolph has said something, you know, that the story of his birth is going to be revealed on a coincidental day, that I just get the impression something was foreshadowed. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the 1st game and this game. Exactly, yeah. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Yeah, Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. Yeah, good one. Yeah, because that totally invalidates the theory of the 19th person being a product of Natsuhi's delusions. Sorry, it totally validates it, not invalidates it. As Dlanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gouged the distance between them. Now the Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer. His movements surpass human understanding. That is weird. Oh yeah, fair, yeah, but now the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of Jesus Christ distance made any difference. That's ridiculous. A good start. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I love that he is literally blaming himself. Let us hear your theory of Battler as the culprit.
聞かせてやる。
I'm surprised that he's actually making it so that Battler is the culprit. I don't think he's the culprit in any of the games whatsoever, but at the same time I think it's interesting that this theory is presented. Whatever this theory is, even though we know in red that Battler isn't the killer, it's been told to us before, I searched it, when I was trying to answer the questions of the blemmin thingy, the Court of Illusions trial. I recognised that red truth. Yeah, I'll let you hear it.
それでも説明がつくこと。
Ooh. I'll prove that this explanation also
夏代おばさ
works.
んが犯人だと決めつけることはできないこと。
And that you can't be certain
Orega
Natsuki is the
shoumeishite
culprit. Good. Ooh! My eyes! Oh, that is a cool image. Oh my god.
グッド。
Good.
あなたが犯人というならいくつもの矛盾が生じます。
Ooh, interesting. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions.
その矛盾があなたのか弱い真実を刈り取る。
I use those contradictions to reap your feeble
こ
truth.
の私、探偵にして真実の魔女、フルドエリカが。
I, Furudo Erika, the detective and witch of truth. Will, the bitch of truth. Maybe not the witch of truth. Who knows? This time, Erika stepped forward. Yeah. Ooh. What the fuck? Jesus Christ! Yeah, somebody has just kind of became the Grim Reaper a little bit too early. Holy shit! In her hand there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. That is cool. A ruthless scythe for reaping, reaping everything that threatened her theory. My
犯行時刻は
god.
24時からの1時間しかありえない。
It is only possible for the crime to have taken place between midnight and 1.
あなたはその1時間の間、屋敷の食堂にいます。
Very, very true. Accomplice. Accomplice is how I deny that. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the
よって
mansion.
犯行は不可能です。
Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Jesus Christ! Ooh. He's dodged it!
24時からの1時間の間と特定はされていない。
Yes. It has not been specified that the time of death was between midnight and 1.
よって犯行は
Yeah,
24時
yeah,
から午前
definitely,
1時までの間でなくとも可能だ。
I agree. Therefore, it's possible that the crime didn't occur between midnight and 1. Yeah. So he could, in theory, be the culprit. I see that, yeah. There's a restriction on any murders in the cousin room.
午前1時から事件発覚まで、いとこ部屋での犯行は不可能です。
No. Wait, how? From 1 a.m. until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room.
ドラノール、今です。
Look at how unhappy and faced she looks. God, I love this track so much. It really is good. All of them are. Yoshikawa killed it with this game. I think Yoshikawa is the person who did the most in terms of Lost. So did ZTS. Resurrected Replayer is my second favourite ZTS, behind Dream End Discharger. Ooh!
ノックス第
Oh no. Nox is 8th.
提示されない手がかりでの解決を禁ず。
It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not
いと
presented.
こ部屋で実際に犯行が行われたなら手がかりが提示されなくてはなりません。
Oh shit. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must
そ
have
れ
been
が朝
shown.
まで室内の異常を監視してい
Shit.
た探偵であるエリカ卿に与えられなかった以上、犯行は不可能です。
Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside the room until the morning. Such a crime is impossible. Seriously?
事件発覚とは俺が悲鳴を上げて全員が集まった段階のことだ。
By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there.
そこまでに殺すことが可能であってそれ以降に殺すことが可能だ。
True, yeah. Yeah, even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was impossible to kill them afterwards. Yeah, that is interesting because then you could think about the fact that the bodies are clues for the crime. The clues that the crime has actually occurred, and then you could in theory disprove the 8th commandment with that. Battle used a blue flash to deflect both of the red truths that Erika and Dlanor had flung him. That's absurd. Ha ha! Erika's eyes went wide. Yeah, definitely, because it's fully valid though, yeah. Erika's eyes went wide. It's reasonable, but at the same time it is completely absurd. This is how you play the game. It has to defy reason, but at the same time it may defy reason, but at the same time if it follows the commandments, it could be, in theory, possible. After all, what he said wasn't completely absurd at that time. Yeah, they still hadn't made it. Yeah. Even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there. Yeah. But no, that's what I was thinking. How do you... Yeah, the death then, the death afterwards, maybe it could have been faked initially. Yeah, the death of the four inside the cousin room could have been proclaimed with red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? You are absurd. Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic, even though they were dead at the time?
なるほど。
Yeah.
あの時点で死んでたと信じるお前にとっちゃ
I see, since you believe they were dead by that point.
死者が蘇らされるみたいに見えるだろうな。
Yeah, it probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you.
ならこれはお前にとって魔法になるだろうぜ。
So this might look like magic in your eyes.
ならお前に一矢報いるのは俺じゃない。
In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Is Beatrice just gonna casually resurrect? Or, no, for... How often do I have to say it? She is so pissed off. The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been proclaimed with red truth. Devil's proof doesn't necessarily prove the fact that, you know, they were initially dead. What if they were killed after they're observed? It's a clue, follows Nox's 8th, and also, it is valid. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no examination of any corpses would lead to a mistaken result. Okay, that is actually kind of tricky. I wonder how he's going to... Take that, dead people. Oh my god. Ooh. Huh?
その赤き真実が何時の時点でのものか。
What? I'm sorry, but what? Why is Dlanor here? Oh, it all makes sense now. It's because of the fact that he is Beatrice's, you know, Beatrice is his, well, he is Beatrice's butler, so as a result, he needs to do anything he can possibly do to defend Beatrice. Oh, that is brilliant. Yeah, so Dlanor gonna come back. Oh my god, this is gonna be fucking cool. Yeah, when was that red truth made? Have you forgotten this? I just can't believe it. Yeah, the fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Dlanor, who suddenly appeared right in front of Bata. I know! Now that Beldor was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here. Yeah, that is odd. And calmly dealt with Erika's attack. Think about this later. Let's screenshot it so we can go back to it later. You, Dlanor. I know, seriously, how did you get here? Well, who cares? That all works. This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. No, you, lol. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too. I'll leave it to you. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth.
Yes, your majesty.
He calls him your majesty though. That is really, really interesting. I do wonder if, because of the fact that Battler has risen up against Beatrice, Dlanor is actually obligated to serve him now. I wonder. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss? Is this going to be the denial of magic? In that case, when do you claim that the Red Truth Death Proclamation happened? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the Death Proclamation was made at the time of the crime's discovery. When this court was opened, Lady Lambda Delta made a proclamation. Oh, she said that this was a midnight answer session. The Death Proclamation was made, yes, at midnight on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. True, yeah. Yeah, that does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime. Oh, yeah, that's got the barrier activated. Nice. Isn't it just really quite funny? In this game, you know, it doesn't even matter with truth. If you have absurd arguments that are fully valid, then it can work. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Then you're saying that the victims were alive at that time? Even though their necks were sliced open? nothing to counter it.
探偵殿はご覧になられましたか？
Did you see that yourself, Mr. Detective?
確かに全ての死体は
Oh,
誰であ
yeah.
っても検視を誤ることはないとなっておりますが。
True, our current understanding is that no corpse would lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it.
死体でないものを死体と言っていけないとは言われておりませんもの。
But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Yeah, Erika swung her side recklessly. Oh, that's not going to save whatsoever. Yeah, but Dlanor blocked everything with elegant gestures, made with the shield on one of his hats. God. That's absurd. Yes, she is trying so hard, but at the same time, she can't do it. So at that point in time, no one was dead.
まさか首に傷さえない？
There weren't even wounds on their necks.
じゃあどうしてバトラは悲鳴を上げたんです？
Well, because of the fact... What? I can even answer this! It's because of the fact that he wanted to convince people that murder had happened, and he wanted to alert them, and he wanted to make it so that he would be the least likely person to be seen having done it. He has to scream. Otherwise, you know, validity of what he's done is totally, you know, fucked. So let me just try to fully understand this. So, what happened is basically the court of... This was made on midnight, on the court of midnight, so that obviously means that anything in the morning of the second day could have been considered, you know, that was when the corpses had actually died. So, because of the fact that the time of death isn't actually proclaimed, we can think that, you know, it has potential to be after midnight. So as a result, the fact it's red doesn't really make it valid because it's just makes no sense. I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying my hardest, but yeah. Yeah, I think what I was saying is on the right lines. I don't know. Yeah, so that fully makes sense. The death proclamation was actually made... Yeah. The death proclamation was made after they had actually died. So, from the time the game had started to when that red proclamation has been made, they could have been alive. Wait, no, I think I'm not on the right lines. Yeah, but that does make sense, though. No, I'm really overthinking this. Ooh. Oh my god, better watch your feet, little girl. That's going to be really good because that invalidates a lot of the theories that completely slander Natsuhi. Oh my god! The pitch black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed up. What the fuck is she going to do? She could probably see through the other side of that hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down out of the skylight on... Ah, the ceiling of this cathedral.
Leah!
What the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry, but you know shit is serious when Wadagiria is holding a magic wand that firstly looks like it's from Harry Potter, secondly is bigger than her arm, or at least it looks like it's bigger than her arm, and thirdly looks like it's just part of a tree, and fourthly looks really weird. Oh my god, yes. What the fuck is she going to do? Yeah, Wadagiria could already be seen in mid-air inside the cathedral. What did that say? wonder. My god, my audio is too loud. Sorry. As Erika fell from the heavens, Wadagiria was right below her and caught her on the end. Oh, so it's a spear! Oh my god. As Erika fell from the heavens, Wadagiria was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparkled blue. What an interrogation. Wow! Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Exactly, yeah. Kinzo doesn't exist. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Therefore, the way for bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it really, really interesting to think that the most perfect looking theory at a glance is actually really crap because of the fact that it doesn't consider the most important eventuality, Kinzo being dead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless somebody other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails. Yeah. Oh god, whatever is happening, it must hurt. This is nothing. Ooh. Oh my god! Wadagiria's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika. What the fuck? Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Yeah. Then all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Oh yeah, the people that you were trying so hard to desecrate and slander and execute. Yeah, they don't look very happy at you. Then several people were manifested, yes, themselves at once. We are the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Oh yeah, I like that. I don't think I've ever seen, like, look at that. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen, like, all Seven Sisters of Purgatory in one. That looks so cool. Of course, Lucifer's at the center. You lonely paperweights. After George's death is... Oh, that's interesting. I'm sorry, but how the genuine fuck do you deny this without using magic? Unless you think that he was never dead in the first place. And then you could actually add validity to the Bastila culprit theory, because what if you think it was a collective illusion that people could potentially feel? Like Natsuhi's illusion of Kinzo had spread to the servants. That would be weird if that was the case. After George's death, his corpse was never moved. How? So there are going to be 7 truths, it looks like. What's the 7th one? Her face! Oh my god! After Grass's death, his corpse was never moved. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah, your theory about Kinzo carrying the corpses away fails. Isn't it interesting to think that because of the fact that Bastila has so many people and connections and so many people that actually support him or Beatrice and so many, you know, friends he's made, this is why he is able to win against Erika. I mean, obviously, all of these people know his theory. They think the same thing because of the fact that he somehow shared it with them. But at the same time, you know, it's not just Bastila doing the fighting. All of these other people are lending their manpower because of the fact that, you know, he's just been such a kind person. Unlike a bitch like Erika, who has just encouraged the suffering of others, really. Right, I feel like there's someone missing here. What about, well, Hideyoshi, but that isn't really relevant here. Ooh, totally bad phrase. Yeah. But so what? It's literally in red. Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpse Jesus Christ, what the fuck is happening to her? I put no Erika, I have to revise my theory. Fucking hell, I do the detective. I don't think I've ever seen someone so hilariously angry before. Jesus Christ. Erika was probably capable of escaping this, even with Kinzo's exit. I know, but the only thing is she has such a bad mindset that she isn't whatsoever. Ah. By making only a small revision to her theory. Yeah, the corpses were never moved. And just forgetting about all of that. Oh, yeah, that's the worst thing. Yeah, however, to her, having to revise a theory she already created. Yeah, that's the worst thing, and that's going to be a total demise. It is naivety that makes it so that an environment as ruthless as this, it's never going to be good enough. Yeah, was extremely humiliating. Oh yeah, yeah, seriously, yeah, good one. Yeah, it looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that. Yeah. Yeah, you played around too much with your reasoning. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth. This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. No, that Furudo Erika. Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's I know, yeah, existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial. Yeah, definitely, yeah, except for Burncastle and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed. That is really interesting, so I really do wonder if, because of the fact that the truth has been unfixed, they have made it so that they're either going to deny it themselves and things are entirely going to fall apart, or maybe Battler... No, but if they're concealing information from Erika, they're either testing her, or they're making it so that, you know, they can rise against Battler. Maybe they're going to be Battler's new challenge. And yet to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, oh my god, I know, it's absurd, yeah, and capable of using red without... Yeah, that's interesting. That's ridiculous. Without proof. Ooh, fair. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to count. I can't believe Battler can use red without proof. I mean, that is ridiculous. He can say that Wadigidia's red truth, even, of the fact that Nasuhi isn't the culprit. Entirely invalidate the theory. Yeah, get away with it. Ooh, Dlanor. Oh! Nox is second. Now, I mean, yeah, if you're thinking that Kinzo actually did it, but he didn't! It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as detective technique. If you would show that Kinzo has died with the red truth, then I demand that you display proof of a human's truth that can be used to make that point. Oh my god. Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcoming Battler. Yeah, don't let me corpse stop you. Yeah. Forget dignity. Presentation of evidence. The burnt one in the boiler room? I'll present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushinomiya Kinzo's. Oh my god, look at that blue sword. Can you prove that this corpse is Ushinomiya Kinzo's? Fair, yeah, no matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him. Fair, yeah. It is possible to claim that it's a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it was Kinzo's corpse with the truth of humans? Yeah, that is tricky. In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument will be valid. Oh. Any counter with the red truth will be invalid. That's so surprising. I guess that works. Third-party corpses, love it. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses... Third-party! Jesus Christ, that sounds like something you'd buy on the dark web or something. Ah yes, third-party finger. I don't know. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with the red is forbidden... Battler has nowhere to run to. Shit. That's right.
この閉ざされたロッケン島では この死体がじい様のものだと示せる
Yeah.
客観的な方法はない。
In this closed off Dock Genjima, there was no objective. What about the six toes, though? I mean, to be fair, that could be another person with polydactyly, though, so not really specific to Ginzo.
それこそはこの遺体が替え玉死体である可能性の示唆です。
True, yeah, and that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double.
この身元不明遺体が金蔵の死を証明するものにはなり得ません。
This unidentifiable corpse cannot serve as proof of Kinzo's death.
チェックメイト。
Not in red,
我
ironically.
が推理は揺るぎません。
Not in red. Dlanor had sealed off the red truth as a means of providing that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back.
赤き
What?
真実を封じられて、どうやってその死体を金蔵だと証
Oh
明するの？
shit. What about the six toes? Like, I would have thought that would be an objective means, but at the same time, is there like genuinely no way of actually saving this? How are you going to prove that this corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed?
無理よ。
It's impossible.
不可能だわ。
Can't be done.
赤と青ならね。
With red or blue, right? Oh my god.
この死体が後宮金蔵の死体であると保証する。
The fuck? Why is it in bloomin', don't know, like a... Oh yeah, ironic that, like a golden light colour. I guarantee that this corpse is Ushinomiya Kinzo's corpse. What is this? Then, when Dlanor met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue... What the fuck? Or her blue short sword. And she was blown backwards into an empty space. What? That's ridiculous. It was a direct hit without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as a firm and as small... yeah, as firm as a small giant before now. I know, that genuinely surprises me so much. She was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall, as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be. That's absurd.
ドラノール。あんた何やって。
Isn't it really interesting to think? So, regarding Kinzo's corpse, what has happened is, you know, it's just as if, they've made it so that Battler is cornered and proving the corpse of Kinzo actually represents him, and Battler saying that there's no objective means to do it, but him not actually being able to say that anything with red, but completely overcoming the fact that he can't say anything with red because of his severe power as a golden sorcerer. Now, it is really interesting to think that Beatrice, she probably could have gone on this level with Battler, but obviously there was never the opportunity. Beatrice always held back. Not in the fourth game, though. It doesn't really make sense why she didn't do it in the fourth game. Maybe it's because of the fact that it would still be unfair because Battler still couldn't have used the red or blue truths. Dlanor, what are you? Oh, somebody is a little bit...
黄金の真実。
What the fuck is a gold truth? A splendid gold truth.
有効
It is valid.
黄金の真実。
Yeah, what is a golden truth? The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now. Oh, was it a combination of red and blue? Finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden colour. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. Yeah, it was gold truth.
何それ。
What is that? They don't even know what it is. What? What is
ラ
that?
ムダ、こんなのはルールにあるの？
Of course, trying to frame Battle of the second. Lambda, does this follow the rules? Fucking Karen.
ええ。
Oh, of course it does. Yes.
黄金の真実。有効よ。
Gold truth
黄
valid.
金の真実は
The gold truth.
この世界の領主。
Can only be used by the territory lord of this world. Fair, fair, yeah.
ゲームマスターにしか使えない。
Battler is the game master. What the fuck? What? No, only by the game master himself. What did you say?
黄金の真実
Gold truth.
赤き真実とは異なる方法によって紡がれる神なる真実その力は赤き真実と同等です
A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on a par with the red truth. Yeah.
劣るでしょう
It may sometimes be inferior.
しかし時に勝る
Fair, yeah, but it is sometimes superior. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that glitter is proof that Batarakun truly understands Berto. That's good. I've shown
この
it.
死体がじい様であること
Yeah, exactly though, because the gold is basically just a substitute for the red, but only used by the game master. That is such an unfair advantage, but I love it. He can do that validly.
はい
Yes.
黄金の真実受理しました
Yeah, golden truth
エリカ
accepted.
卿の推理は修正に応じぬ限り破綻します
Oh my god! It's gonna be destroyed. She is never gonna take humiliation of that severity. Oh my god. Gold truth accepted. Unless Erika's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What the? What the? Jesus Christ. Erika cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being... I know, it's just severe mental pain. Yeah, it was the pain of her own theory being defiled. I see. It's like, and then there were no acroids. Just when did this? Her laugh is so similar to Nena's laugh. What a crazy mashup of great works. Butler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word. Fair. Fair, I don't disagree whatsoever. Yeah, even without saying another word, you fully made your truth about the corpse's disappearances understood. Yeah, fair. It can't because of the fact that it's a golden truth. Yeah, I see. That thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any other red in this trial so far. Yeah. Yeah, your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago had been completely understood and processed. Ooh, I proclaim that your truth has now been established. Oh god, somebody's a little bit pissed off. What? What the? Why is that, great lady Lambda Delta? Well, you have! Ha! You've explained everything. Bastila can just latch on. He can leech off your truth. Explain the inconsistencies, and then the truth is emerging of their truths. But the only thing is Bastila is the culprit as opposed to Natsuhi. And, you know, everything else is fine. Yeah, so, he still hasn't explained everything. That is fair, though. Now, it is really, really interesting to think if we look at this from the genuine culprit's point of view. If you find out who's done the murders of the people in the guest house, you find out who's done the murders... No. Oh, thank fuck. Who's done the murders of Then everything ready. Oh god, I'm so tired. I hope there's a break soon because I'll probably get a little bit of rest. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsuhi's personal room, and the button in the closet.
あんた
Do you...
まだバトラーに反論できる気でいるの
God, that is so brutal. Isn't it interesting that when you're superior, you are just... No, sorry, when you're inferior, you were treating so absurdly cruel by your superiors. I mean, my god, do you really still think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument? God. Yeah. Only Erika, the one who was supposedly so oh my god, no, I know, yeah, so was supposedly so intelligent. Couldn't exactly, yeah. Yeah. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Yeah, definitely, yeah, because of this, grandfather's absence has been verified. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsuhi and grandfather has been removed from consideration. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Aunt Natsuhi is pure and faithful, said in red. I won't permit this vulgar tale, you're also fond of said in red as well. God, I can't imagine what she is feeling. Wow. Furthermore, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I do see that. Yeah, furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far. Yeah, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsuhi goes back to square one. I see that. Yeah. If you try to argue that this crime was impossible for anyone except Aunt Natsuhi, it won't work. Dlanor, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the gold longsword was still buried deep into her chest. God, though pain didn't show in her expression. Her awkward movements clearly showed... Jesus. Yeah, that must hurt. Yeah, though pain didn't show in her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now. Ah, yeah, Dlanor didn't abandon her. Oh, shit. True. However, in the cousin room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that was a lie? Yeah. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to give an objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation. Ooh. But yeah, I don't disagree, yeah. Furudo Erika is a detective, and the me in this game isn't one. Brilliant. Oh yeah, that is how you fight against her. Yeah, and by Nox's knife, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. Oh, how does that feel? Ah, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. It is interesting that Battler potentially has been more of a detective than Erika has been, ever, because of the fact that he has showed a more objective viewpoint and has been less willing to, you know, completely make Natsuhi admit to and, you know, submit to the results of cruelty from a false truth.
そのあなたが今回は探偵でなく試験を交える観測者であったことは示されていたのですか？それがない限りあなたには主観を偽る権利はありません。
Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time, and that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas? Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view.
俺は今回のゲームで
In this
自
game...
分の謎の仕掛けを解いた時じい様を目撃している。
Oh yeah, when I figured out the device connected to the epitaph's riddle, I witnessed grandfather.
すでに赤で示されている通りじい様は存在しない。
As has already been shown in red, grandfather doesn't
その
exist.
目撃は不可能だ。
It was impossible for me to witness him. Exactly. I just love that in red you can realistically say this, and then you can you can actually say that as well.
俺の視点に客観性がないことはすでに示されている。
Yeah, therefore it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. Yeah, that is really, really interesting to think that, you know, the result fully isn't objective because of the fact that he had actually seen Kinzo, you know, and that means that he could potentially not be the most correct in terms of what he is seeing because he may actually verify delusions to be valid. So as a result, you know, it's like that. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, it's possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain, which you mistook for Kinzo. I do see that, yeah, it cannot be, not said in red, but yeah, it cannot be used for foreshadowing to form a basis for Nox's knife. Mistaking one thing for another is a right permitted to all observers. Ooh, there's the red truth that Beato showed during the fourth game. No person would mistake. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, no person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. Oh, yeah. It's the red truth Beato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kinzo to make it seem as though grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead someone to mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, most certainly cannot work. Fuck's sake. Right, I think I'll just take a break for a bit. Probably just have a bit of a nap. And then I'll come back to it. See you in a bit. Right, okay, I'm back now. I've got to be pretty quiet because of the fact that, you know, it's really quite late, so... Yeah, I'll just turn everything down a bit. There we are. Yeah, I'll actually turn it down quite a bit. Right. There we are, that should be fine. Okay, yeah, well, let's see what happens here. All of Aunt Natsuhi's schemes to make it seem grandfather existed were hidden in relatives' blind spots. Yeah, all of them All of them clever tips, like, he was here just a second ago, or he's in a study alone now. Yeah, definitely, she totally deceived everyone. Exactly. Yeah, they never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself. Yeah, so there are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe. Oh yeah. Yeah, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It's been guaranteed that none but the characters in this tale will mistake something. Yeah, for grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Yeah, true, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it's really, really interesting. If you look at the parts where Kienzor has actually been explicitly mentioned or searched for, then, you know, it is obviously going to be a lie, and there could be some sort of ulterior motive behind that. Allowing lies to be connected with their observations is a right granted to everyone. Yeah. Except for just one. Yeah, the detective. That person is the detective. That is interesting. So you're basically saying that, you know, because of the fact Furudo Erika has basically no... Well, you can't assume, you can't take into your observation practices that you actually have seen Kienzor alive. Anyone else would believe it, or they could potentially put the lies into their investigation, but you can't as a detective because you have to keep a fully objective standpoint. I really like this theme. It is interesting, that. Definitely, yeah. Yeah. Isn't it interesting to think that because of the fact that somebody has seen Kienzor despite all of this, episode 4, and what actually happened regarding the seeing of Kienzor was a total lie, it's absurd to think. I do wonder how episode 4 is going to be explained. In fact, I think episode 4 is definitely one of the ones where I am most excited to see how it's explained via human culprits. Because of the right granted by Nox's knife, anyone is allowed to make a sheet in the wind for something else. Yeah, definitely, and tell it about it. However, exactly, yeah. Yeah, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red tree. Yeah. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. So once you claim to have seen Kienzor, there was no longer misrecognition. But intentional. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Is what you're saying? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because that disproves that he has the ability to be the detective. In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. Yeah. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. Yeah, it is really interesting to think that even though Bastila has seen, even though we think Bastila has actually seen Kienzor, it is just a lie potentially used to just satisfy his conscience, really. It's absurd to think, it really is. And that is an action not permitted to a detective. Yeah, definitely, yeah, you can't objectively say that Kinzo is alive. Yeah, that's totally cornered Erika. And that is an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. Yeah. Exactly, forgive my crazy argument. It's finished now. No, it's okay. Ooh, what's gonna happen? Because men like you exist in the world. Oh yeah. I love that. Yeah, you will protect the fragile truth from the pride of a detective who only wants to make herself look as good as possible. Wow. I'm impressed that Dlanor actually doing something as far as this, as far as praising the enemy. Wow. Because men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. Oh yeah. You will surely protect the real truth. Yeah, from the tyranny of plausible truth. There might exist a claim as whole truth and try to exterminate all fragile truth. Yeah, it is interesting to think that the real truth is fragile. You know. Battler's golden long sword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heaven. I'm glad I could fight with you. Isn't it really quite ironic that there is no room for conversation? This is on the game board. It is a time where you show zero mercy. Therefore, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, therefore my presence in this game is based upon the 9th, not the 7th. That does make sense. The fact that I've closely seen grandfather as proof. Yeah, but the only thing is because of the fact that, yeah, it fully makes sense. 9th is the one where observers have a right to a view, whereas detectives have to have an objective viewpoint. Cannot lie. Cannot have viewpoints based on lies. So in theory, Erika has actually violated one of the commandments. Ooh, the noise that rang across the cathedral was the sound of Dlanor's longsword clattering to the floor. God. Ah, I see. Oh my god, Erika's going to be enraged. Simply letting go of that was the same thing as resigning to the proud Dlanor. Oh my god. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Dlanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. That's absurd. God. If it hadn't, Dlanor probably would have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind.
Resign.
That's absurd. I resign. That is ridiculous. I give up on denying your truth. I pay my debt. That's such a nice thing to say. Yeah, let honour to be to your father. I see that. Yeah, the Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental. Honour to my father. Oh yeah, Dlanor sat down on the floor. God, yeah, I completely abandoned her will to fight. To be fair, I don't think Battler was actually intending for that to happen when he said that. If he did, then that is a fucking low thing to do. But at the same time, I think, you know, it is really quite nice that he's acknowledged father. Yeah, now you're getting the person with no compassion or anything. Up here. What are you doing, Dlanor? Says you're the best, you're the worst loser. You stupid half-wit murder dog, Jesus Christ, says you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's horrible. You've tainted the honor of your father. Own father, shame on you.
それでもミステリーのくさび
You still call yourself Mystery's Wedges?
魔法に屈するの
Will you surrender to magic?
そんなのミステリーの歴史が許さない
No, but the only thing is then, try to argue any flaws within Battler's truth. The history of the mystery genre won't allow that.
お前こそ
You're the one...
何もミステリーを分かってないな
Oh, that is... Oh my god, look at the insult there. Holy shit. You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about.
ミステリーが相手を知的に見下すための凶器にしか見えてないな
Ooh. If you see mystery enough, as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponent intellectually.
お前に俺は
Good.
二度とそれを語らせない
Yeah, then I won't let you ever say so again. Good.
お前に相反する真実を宣言する
I present a truth that conflicts with yours.
夏代おばさんは19年前の男すなわち俺によって内戦電話で脅迫されていたんだ
And that's he was threatened by a phone call over the internal line sent by the man from 19 years ago, me.
その目的は
That is totally
夏代おば
ridiculous.
さんを殺人犯に仕立て上げること
Wait, wait, no, hang on a second, I'm being a little bit stupid. Of course it isn't. It is really quite interesting that the killer's, the person from 19 years ago's voice always really sounded like Battler's voice. I mean, though it probably, well, it definitely wasn't Battler, but at the same time I just find it really interesting that, you know, it could have in theory been him. His goal was to make Aunt Nancy look like a murderer.
これは初めから
Yeah.
夏代おばさんに
Yeah,
濡れ衣を着せるための復讐劇だ
And isn't it ironic the person who uses the mystery genre as a means of inflicting pain on other people has also been the one who has fallen into the trap? His goal is to make Aunt Natsuhi look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge, intent on framing Aunt Natsuhi. Yeah.
違います夏日が仕組んだ後宮家への復讐劇です
Nah. That's wrong, it's a drama of revenge against the Ushiromiya family that Natsuhi thought,
あ
no.
なたの推理は私と真っ向から相反します
Your theory outright opposes mine. Or is that a bad thing?
お前のその青い槍まだ抜けないのか
God. You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you, right? Interesting,
え
man.
えそうね
Yeah, that's right.
エリカからはまだ金蔵以外の理由での遺体消失を聞いていないわ
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, from Erika, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kinzo. Isn't it really quite funny that you can just completely revamp your theory just a tiny bit, but at the same time you refuse to because of your pride, and your pride is your downfall?
あんたの推理は現在否定中だけれど
Yeah. Oh my god, Lambda's just properly rubbing in the insult here. Hold up, it's actually really quite cold. I just need to do stuff. It was going to be hilarious to see her reaction. Yeah, but the only thing is, I mean, obviously Erika's reaction is completely crazy, but if you have a pain of a spear literally being wedged inside you, I completely forgot that she had a spear actually being wedged inside her. So yeah, I can really see why it's just so extravagant, because of the fact that it is, you know, she's probably suffering immeasurable amounts of pain. The spear is just... Yeah, God, that must be... It must be so absurd how painful it is. You paperweights. Get out of my way. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. My God, that is unbelievable. So I didn't actually realise that. So the 7 stakes of purgatory, they literally, all of them went into Erika. That's ridiculous. God, that must have been an... Yeah, that is, you know, Umineko episode 4, Beatrice levels of pain. God. They won't come out though. Oh yeah, that is bad. Yeah, I acknowledge the mistake in Erika's reasoning and the need for revision. What the? My master. Watching Erika's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spit. God, yeah. Bernkastel spoke this with a disgusted expression. Disgusted, yeah. Faced with the facts, Bernkastel acknowledged Erika's loss herself. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Erika gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erika's own victory. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Isn't it just interesting that when you're horrible to other people, it comes back at you in the end? Yeah, seriously, it's something that, you know, she should really, really abandon. Bernkastel was being so ridiculously frank by it. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't give a damn about your pride. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, how long do you intend to shame yourself like that? I love that. You, my double, who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How long do you intend to hang there pierced through like that? Yeah, seriously. I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Oh, that's so cruel. You know, just really, really attacking Erika where it hurts the absolute most so that she can maybe change her reasoning. Yeah, it looks like I don't need a piece after all. God, she is a total bully. What a pain, what a pain, what a total pain. Ow. Jesus Christ. I don't need a piece, I'll just throw it away. Yeah, that disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. God. Do it quickly, Phil. Fucking hell. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory? Jesus. How can you? I mean, at this point, I feel... The thing is about Erika, I mean, she is the most horrible human on Earth. And she is getting what she deserves. But at the same time, it's just... Like everything in Umineko, really, it's just unimaginably cruel. I mean, fucking hell. I mean, this is just so unbelievably horrible. Yes, Master. I'll revise that. I'll revise my theory. God. Yeah, as Erika's face. Oh, yeah. As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes. God. Yeah, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's. That is unbelievable. Isn't it just really interesting to think that, you know, with the most brutal treatment from Berncastle, there is nothing else that she can possibly do. She has to follow the order. God, that sprite though, that is amazing. Berncastle's face. This is going to be interesting. This could potentially be really quite bad for Battler. But at the same time, she's in loads of pain and she's really, really humiliated. So I think her reasoning ability is really going to be decreased. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth. Had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta. And finally had the blue spear smashed him. Oh shit. And was freed. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared. Good. It couldn't conceal its desperation and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning. Yeah, I see. My master. I've taken it out. My theory is perfect. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, it's horribly pathetic. But I'll forgive you. God, that's horrible. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. She is so mean. She really is. Like a total bully, even to the ones who are most loyal to her. Yeah, Erika, I mean, to be fair, I do get what Burn means about her face. Erika does look like she's... She doesn't look like she's crying and blushing. She looks like something else is happening to her that is not very safe for work. Erika was taunted by our master who wore an ugliest... Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, she thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. Yeah. Only tasting a bit of the sadness and torment that Natsuhi tasted by your corrupt theory. Oh, that's going to be interesting. The wounded Dlanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Berncastle as well as Battler. Yeah, regardless of how pathetic it might be. Interesting. Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, regardless of my truth, yours could exist at the same time. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah. Truth is entirely open to interpretation depending on the person who perceives it, really. Yeah, that's what this world is like. Yeah. It all depends on the believers, yeah. No one can disprove them, so even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, here as many truths exist. So you can fucking hell. Oh my god, there is a fucking... Jesus Christ, what am I going to do? Oh, I can finally use this. I hate it. There's some sort of mosquito that keeps on going on my feet and my legs without actually, you know, and I have no idea where it is because it's dark. Fucking annoying. I agree, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, no one can just deny that all on their own.
そうです。
Yes, that is true.
エリカ教の真実は私が誰にも否定させません。
Yeah, I won't let anyone deny Lady Erika's truth.
ドラノール。
Yeah, you. Isn't it just so interesting how Dlanor is actually a really, really nice and compassionate person? You know, Erika, who has had, you know, the worst. She has treated Dlanor so absurdly badly. Just like Burncastle does to her, you know, underlings, really. And yet, at the same time, Dlanor, out of respect for her, still saves her at the very end. It's unbelievable. And, you know, or not really saves her, but makes her life easier. Yeah, and it's just really interesting to think that, you know, even though she said all of the stuff about, you know, about, you know, insulting her father's honour and stuff like that, she has still forgiven her, as long as I'm here. I mean, it is her duty, but still, yeah, as long as I'm here, I will protect that truth. Yeah. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth. God, she is so absurdly pained. Yeah, the words of Dlanor, whom Erika, who had previously looked down upon. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. Yeah, that is fair. And because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Therefore, while both my theory and Erika's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. Yeah. They're vague. While neither can be denied, neither is certain. Yeah, definitely. Because there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. Yeah. The only one who would be permitted to expose it is neither Erika nor the rest of you. It's me alone. Oh, I like that, yeah. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. That's brilliant, yeah. Yeah, oh my god. Erika is just totally defeated. She really, really is. And Battler, oh my god, Battler has such an insurmountable amount of potential. Yeah. And the verdict is reversed. Because of the truth presented by Ushidomi and Battler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it is really interesting that, however, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of those truths exist together. The conclusion of the fifth game is rescinded. Fair, yeah, the game goes back to being even. Yeah, that is interesting. so many things are going to change from now on. The game goes back to being even, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ushinomiya Batola. That is so cool. Yeah, Ushinomiya Batola, step forward.
あんたを新しいゲームマスターに任命するわ。
I'll appoint you as the new Game Master.
承諾する？
Will you accept?
するわよね。
You will, right?
しなさい。新しい無限の魔女。
Do it, you new endless witch. Yeah, that is interesting. Isn't it interesting to think that you can have a truth, but if you can't have any means of disproving it in this game, it can literally coexist with another theory that can't be disproved, yet is the truth. Now, I do find it really interesting that, you know, the original truth, even though, you know, there is no proper truth here, you know, they are coming close to it, and, you know, their truth is as good as the original truth. It holds the same value as an actual truth in a game like this. It's going to be interesting. I wonder if he's... Yeah, he will, yeah.
俺が新しいゲームマスターだ。
I'm the new game master.
第6のゲームは俺が紡ぐ。
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'll weave the 6th game.
エリカ、今度こそ俺と決着をつけようじゃねえか。
Erika, let's settle things good for this time.
立て。
Stand up. Oh my god. Yes,
立ちますとも
I will stand.
この屈辱
Mate, you'll regret.
晴らす機会を与えたことを後悔させましょう
Yeah, you regret giving me a chance to clear away this shame. Oh, that is
Right.
interesting.
第6のゲームにてもう一度バトラと戦う機会をお与えください
Oh, Master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. I wonder if she is going to do it.
え
Oh, that's interesting. Sure.
えもちろんよチャンスをあげ
Even though Byrne has been so pissed off by the fact that Erika has made it so that she has entirely, you know, she's really inhibited herself with her potential because of her pride. But at the same time, if she learns to go against that, which is going to be very hard, I don't deny it, but at the same time, if she does, then, you know, she has such a ridiculous amount of potential.
あらすごいわね。
Wow, incredible. Yeah, even after all of that
あ
slandering.
なたがチャンスをあげるなんて。
Yeah, to be fair, that really is rare for somebody as unforgiving and merciless as Byrne. I see that. She said, I'll give you a chance.
これって奇跡じゃないの？奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル？
Yeah, God, somebody being kind is a miracle. You would have never thought that, but yeah, it probably is. Isn't this a miracle from the Witch of Miracles, Byrne Castle?
エリカ
Erika.
奇跡的にあなたは命拾いしたわ
Yeah, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life.
第6のゲーム
Yeah.
バトラのゲーム
That is going to be so interesting. Oh my god, I just really want that. This is such a new perspective that I could have never imagined that Umineko would give. And I'm actually really interested to see what's going to happen. Yeah, in the 6th game, Battler's game.
何としても暴きなさい
Oh yeah, that is going to be interesting. She has had the experience of the 5th game. Erika is going to be a massive threat in the 6th game.
捨てられたくなければね
Oh God, yeah, that's awful. Unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yeah, because Erika's fate is entirely controlled by Burncastle. Entirely. Yes, Master Dlanor.
無論です。
Of course.
次なるゲームにても全力を尽くします。
I'll give it my all in the next game as well. Interesting. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. That is going to be interesting. I do wonder what Erika's actually going to do. She's probably going to assume the position of the detective immediately. I don't know. The only thing that's kind of scary is she so was close to creating a perfect truth this time. She needs to become even better. And she needs to look at all of her flaws here and adapt on them. If she can do that, then she is going to be a threatening opponent. Even with Game Master Battler. God, I never thought I'd be saying those 3 words, but here I am. Sure. Yeah, let's hope he doesn't regret that. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Seriously, yeah. Yeah, this is the reason I knew everything was going to be turned around. Yeah, sorry. Sure, I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of Checkmate of the isn't cutting it. Yeah, seriously. Fair enough. She sounds so salty. Yeah, it's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring us on. Yeah, I Furudo Erika. I'm a detective before I am a witch. Oh, yeah. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue a proclamation of war. God, I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you. Oh yeah, that is going to be interesting. Yeah, come up with all you've got. God, a proper declaration. Oh my god. Just watch battle. Oh yeah, I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, yeah, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. That is going to be interesting. It is time to get the theories going. I've got to make a theory before. Maybe not before, or... Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to be working on Saturday and Sunday for my part-time job. I'm probably going to be really tired. I'll probably use that time after work to, you know, create loads of theories on who the culprits could actually be. Like, once I get home. Because I really need to do that. I mean, I've got quite a few theories already, but yeah, nothing that... I've got a lot of theories. I've listed every single irregularity about the first 2 chapters. I should do that with every chapter and then use that to compile a suspect list. At the moment, it's really quite brutal to think, but Shannon being the culprit doesn't actually... or Shannon or Kanon being the culprit. But it could more likely be Shannon. And because of the fact that Shannon is dead, doesn't necessarily mean that Sayot is dead. Because Kanon is dead, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, whatever his real name is dead. Referring to the episode 3 truths. And then stuff with Shannon as well. Yeah, my theory is when people were dead and Shannon was actually found to have been dead, Hideyoshi obstructed George's view. Like, was Shannon really there? And was, you know, George in a grief-stricken state? Would he actually be able to see Shannon? And would he... Yeah, so it's just interesting. Did Hideyoshi lie about Shannon's whereabouts? Because if he did, then Shannon could potentially be the culprit. And Shannon could be the person who has actually dressed in, you know, Beatrice's clothes. That would make sense with episode 1. So I'll investigate that possibility further. But I don't know. Ooh, that's a fucking cool image. This is going to be an interesting song. Oh, I like this. Ooh. Oh my god, this is Hope by Dai. What the fuck? This is cool. Oh, I love this. Who is that background voice? That's gotta be a voice actor. I don't know who that is though. Oh my god, that was so cool. God, I am so excited for, you know, the beginning of chapter 6. That is gonna be so absurdly cool. Oh yeah. Umineko no naku koro ni chiru. Right, so when they cry for what? I suppose so. Higurashi kai umineko chiru. I suppose. Ooh, new features. The Reckoning. Ep 5 Hidden Tea Party. I've got some new features. I've got gifts. Ooh, right. Ah, that's interesting. That really is quite something. I did not expect that whatsoever. So, I mean, obviously, so the Golden Land is going to have a lot of significance. Beatrice being resurrected? Maybe? Maybe something... Whatever happens, I feel that Battler's really going to grieve his mistake about not being able to find the truth sooner. So I wonder why it's more significant. Yeah, so the family conference tips. Can we kill these people? Wait, who can we kill out of these people? Oh yeah, just a 556. My god. That really was quite something. I did not expect. Right, okay, I'm sorry, I'm just too curious. Now the curtain shall finally rise on a game presented by that Batora-sama. Yeah, that is going to be interesting. Will Batora-sama manage to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of Game Master? Yeah, I know, it really is interesting. Ooh, let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. There is no longer a difficulty level, this is no longer a hint, but a confession. Yeah, I see that, because obviously we're really going to get the solution of the culprit here. Now, I do find it really interesting that with episode 6, the other side of the chessboard, that gives the indication that we are going to be seeing it from Erika or Berncastle's side. Obviously in episode 6, we've got the very good scene. Can't wait for that. Liberator, I suppose. Probably some banger tracks as well. My god, episode 5's Ost was truly brilliant. Genuinely some of the best Ost I think I've listened to in Umineko so far. No, I think episode 4 is better, but episode 5 is a strong contender for the best Ost in Umineko so far. Yeah, that was really fun today, my god. It just went so quickly, I thought there was going to be more. But, yeah, it was just really, really interesting to see everything regarding Battler and, that really cool CG at the end. The thing is, they've got such good CGs, I just don't really understand why they don't use them for more. Like, there was such a cool CG, and yet it was only used for, like, a few frames. But at the same time, though, it was still really, really fun. I mean, my god, I just loved seeing, the total obstruction of not only the game, but everything regarding Beatrice as well. And I loved the understanding of Beatrice. I think that analogy regarding the understanding of mystery novels and also, likening it to love and then how that relates to Beatrice, is just genius writing. It really is genius writing. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And, I thought it was so sweet, and it really was beautiful how, Battler had totally risen up against that. By the way, interesting that we have the wind. I'm so used to hearing it from episode 4 that I kind of batted an eyelid to it, really. That's interesting. So I do wonder what's going to happen, and I do wonder... Oh my god, man. God, isn't it weird to think that Umineko really, really is starting to unveil itself now? But at the same time, though, this is the interesting thing. Though it's starting to unveil itself, we still have 3 chapters left. So what is going to happen in these next 3 chapters? I mean, my god, I think when I get to this point, holy fucking shit, I'm going to be a changed man. So I've heard my thoughts on... thoughts I've heard. So apparently they all get exponentially better. I've literally heard somebody call episode 7 an 11 out of 10. So apparently episode 7 is the shortest episode, but it requires a lot of thinking while doing it. And then episode 8 is just, absurdly good. And then episode 7, and I don't know about episode 6, but I've heard that all of these increase in quality. I still think episode 4 was better than episode 5. No, actually. No, I think episode 4 was better than episode 5. But still, episode 5 wasn't that far down. Like, episode 4 was probably, like, maybe 9.5, and then episode 5 was maybe 9.3. I don't know. Something like that. It was a fucking good story, man. It really, really was. I loved seeing everything regarding Erika, Natsuhi's troops. They were so good. And, all of the development on the situation regarding Kinzo, the illusion of the witch. The thing is, what I find so impressive about Yukishi is he can make such a complete confusing plot, and yet it's not confusing because of the fact that it is confusing. It's confusing. No, sorry, it's not confusing because of the fact that it's explained badly. It's just confusing because it is, an intellectually challenging plot. But the only thing that I love is how he explains it so absurdly well. His really good explanation means that it's not only really confusing, but it's really fun and thought-provoking as well. Like, a lot of thought-provoking stories, like, if they're made unnecessarily confusing, then they may just be things that don't make sense, just jargon, as opposed to actual interesting works, really. But if you just have the right balance with which Yukishi has, you can perfect it. You really can. I really enjoyed this chapter, and I'm really excited to go to episode 6. It's going to be very interesting. There are a few characters that I know nothing about that are going to appear, so I can't wait for them. And my god, I am very excited for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably going to reserve a long session. Hopefully it's going to be fun, and it's just going to be so interesting to see what's actually going to happen regarding it. So there was another thing I wanted to see, by the way. I don't know if I've just got to check something. Right. What have I got to do? Oh yeah. I've just got to check something because I thought we saw the sprites for Game Master Battler in the end of episode. We don't. Oh, right. Okay, then, I thought we did. No, never mind. God, I love this. It's going to be so interesting to see everything regarding Erika as well, and how she is going to try and make it so that revenge is taken, and revenge is the only thing that is taken in a competent manner. Oh my god, I'm excited for Erika. Yeah, I think she has a lot of potential to be a really good character. She is going to be ruthless, and, you know, we already hate her enough as it is. You know, to then see her override all restrictions on any limits, it's going to be very interesting. So, yeah, got a lot to look forward to. Hope you enjoyed my playthrough of this chapter. So, yeah, see ya.